Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you for attending the full Angus Council meeting of Thursday, 30th of June 2020. I'd like to advise members at the outset that in accordance with provisions of Section 34 of the Local Government in Scotland Act 2013 and my direction, Councillors Shepherd are participating in this meeting remotely. Thank you. Apologies for absence. Clerk, can you read out apologies?
Yes, Provost. Apologies from Councillors Brays, Devine, Melville and Proctor.
Thank you. Declarations of interest? Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to declare an interest in agenda items 3.2 and 3.3 and also agenda items 16, 17, 18 and 19 due to the fact I'm a appointed trustee director of Community Golf Links Management Committee. I've been actively involved in Project Luna and also in the Season Ticket Holders Workshop, which defined ticket prices this year, so I should leave the meeting.
Thank you very much for that. Any declarations, Councillor Wan?
Thank you, Provost. Just to declare, I'm not actually sure if we have to declare an interest, but I did say I would ask on the LUF Level Up Fund for Brecon, where we received an email from the chairperson. So we okay not to? I certainly didn't respond, but some people did, but they certainly didn't make any declaration to or opinion.
Provost, in terms of the Code of Conduct, that wouldn't constitute a declaration of interest.
Thank you. Best to keep ourselves correct, though. Thank you. So we have requests for deputations. We have a deputation request has been received from Mr John Gill, the Chairman of Caledonian Railway Brecon Limited, in relation to item 8. And that reads, the deputation is to outline the Caledonian Railways Brecon's proposal for levelling up funding support as part of an Angus Council application to the UK Government in support of the paper being put before the Council. Are members happy to hear this deputation?
Agreed. Thank
you. Moving on, there's a deputation request that has been received from Mr Michael Wells, Chief Executive of Community Golf Links Management.
Provost,
sorry.
Could we just allow Councillor Cheap to leave the meeting in terms of his declaration? That includes any consideration of a deputation request for the two items.
Right, okay, my apologies for that. Yep. So, I'll read that out again. Is that the best way? Right. A deputation request has been received from Mr Michael Wells, the Chief Executive of Community Golf Links Management Committee, and Adair Simpson, Deputy Chief Executive, in relation to item number 16. Our deputation wish to be available to give additional context around the future provisions. So I'm asking the remaining sorry, my apologies for that. The remaining councillors, do they wish to hear that deputation? Great. And then goes on to number 3. A deputation request has been received from Mr Michael Wells, the Chief Executive of Community Golf Links Management Committee Limited, and Mr Adair Simpson, Deputy Chief Executive, in relation to item 17. The deputation asks Angus Council to agree that MGLMC took a fair and reasonable approach when determining season ticket holder prices for the season 2022-23. The remaining members, do you wish to hear this deputation? Thank you. You will get wait for Councillor Cheap to return. So, on item number 4, minutes of council and committees and the minutes of the council meetings. If we all agree to the approval of points A to D and note the article matter arising from Article 5. So we'll do that in 2 stages. Can we agree points A to D? Thank you. And then we move on to a matter arising from Article 9 of the Council meeting. It has been highlighted that the recording of the meeting, no seconder appears to have been put forward for nominations of Councillor Brays and Cheap to Canistry Golf Links Management Committee. It is therefore no legal requirement for a seconder, and a valid vote for the places subsequently took place with more than 2 votes for each candidate. The appointments are competent. Are we agreeing to that? Thank you. Minutes of the committees. We're submitting for information the minutes of the following minutes from E to Q. Do we agree? To note, sorry, to note. Thank you. And at this point in time, with agreement of the members, I would like to move item 11, where Alison Todd is here just now, and move forward item 11 before these motions. Is that agreed? Thank you. And therefore, Alison.
That's on. Okay. Good afternoon. So I'm here to present the Child Protection report from August 2020 to July 21. I have already presented this report to the Audit and Scrutiny Committee, and I will try today to reassure you of some of the areas that they raised, as well as giving you some of the headlines from the full report. So obviously this period covers COVID and lockdown, and we would expect to see within this report the impact on the most vulnerable children and families. So what I'd like to say just to start off is that I am confident that the most vulnerable were protected, and as a Child Protection Committee with strong links into the Chief Officers Group, we held additional meetings, we had regular scrutiny of data, and we had very active risk registers during that time. I think that we preempted and mitigated as far as we possibly could the impact of the pandemic, and during that time we put additional resources to child protection to make sure that children were picked up, particularly when the first lockdown ended. So the headlines start on page 15 of the report, and that's where I'm going to start from. So the very first visual graph that you can see there is about the engagement with the public, and you will note that that's up from 260 to 291. There are a number of factors that might explain that increase, but we did have additional awareness campaigns around domestic abuse at that time, and we did really encourage people to come forward if they had concerns about children, alongside really trying to inform people where to go for help. Obviously, there was an increase on online contacts, and I think that would be because other modes of contact maybe weren't available, but also the fact that people are more comfortable now with online. Moving on to the next one, the increase in referrals from 1,422 in the previous year to 1,874. And I think that this definitely reflects the increased need for services at this time, alongside that increase in vulnerability during the pandemic. And it was also a time where other supports weren't available for families, children and families, due to distancing rules. So what I would say is that the key concern for us during the pandemic was hidden harm, and we did anticipate an increase in referrals after restrictions were lifted the first time. And we were very aware that families were under stress with increased poverty, impact of lockdown, mental health, homeschooling, and as I said, there was additional capacity brought in to make sure that services could cope. For the first 3 quarters of the year, the referrals stand at 1,061, so I think that that's early signs that levels may be returning to normal now that we're coming out of the pandemic. So the next one is child protection orders, and a child protection order is most commonly used to protect a child in an emergency situation, and it involves the removal of a child from their parents or carers. And that increased from 13 to 25, but it is relatively small numbers, and we need to be wary of sibling groups, but it does correlate to increased referrals actually. However, there are again signs that we're returning to normal level because we're at 12 in the first 3 quarters of the following year. In terms of joint investigative interviews, these are interviews that are mainly used for evidential purposes when we believe a crime has been committed, usually around some type of abuse. And we saw a drop during COVID from 178 to 136. It is again rising this year. We're already over 100. And I think in the report there's a good explanation of what the many reasons could be, but additionally there is new guidance on joint interviewing, investigative interviews in the new child protection guidance, so this is something that we do all have a spotlight on. And I think finally the children on the register, so that is children who are identified as being at significant risk of significant harm. And these children would all have a child protection plan. This was an area that was key for us during the pandemic to make sure these plans were being actioned. So this is where professionals are able to check on a child to ensure that the right action has been taken to safeguard and promote their welfare. These figures show a decrease, and again a good explanation in the report. But it is worth noting that voluntary intensive support is provided to families in many cases on a voluntary basis, and just that scrutiny that we do have plans in place for the right children, and where possible we do think it's best for children to remain within their families provided we can keep them safe with support. Again, there's evidence that this is levelling out because we're at between 40 and 45 on the register at the moment. And sorry, this is the final one. Reasons children need protected. It's wide and varied, rarely just one reason, and often the maybe initial reason may not be what's eventually reported by the person who picks up the case. But you will see that neglect, emotional abuse, domestic abuse, physical abuse and parental health are some of the key contributors. And we were asked about child sexual exploitation. We do a lot of preventative work, not the Child Protection Committee on its own, but schools do a lot of preventative work around that. And also just to say that many children who've experienced that type of abuse will actually be supported within their family. So in summary, the headlines are showing that there's been an upturn in demand, and my assurance is that services are able to meet the demand and retain a focus on the most vulnerable children. I'll just very briefly run through the other work. So during this period of COVID and this period of the report, we had a very active risk register. Our concerns were absences, staff morale, burnout, which we appeared to manage fairly well to cope with. Hidden harm, we had additional data for the chief officers, online learning for staff, and on top of that, dealing with the pandemic, we had business as usual. We implemented a minimum data set, which we're beginning to analyse and scrutinise. The equal protection legislation was implemented, and we raised awareness about that guidance. The pre-birth work that we often talk about here, we have really begun to increase the role of fathers. We have a learning and development newsletter which has a very high readership so that people can access training. We did promote the SCR that you'll all be aware of with a learning pack, and we also shared that learning right across Scotland with the Learning Hub in Scotland. And the Prepare pilot that again we've talked about, we've had good feedback and evaluation of that pilot, although the numbers are still quite low. And we've also implemented an app for children who've used our services to give us feedback. So the other area is the priorities for practice. So that is the outcome of the research that we did on Tayside SCRs over a 3-year period. And the key areas of that are the focus on child engagement and relationships. And I was asked about participation at the scrutiny committee, and I gave my assurance that this is a key priority for us. We know that better decisions are made when children and their families are involved in them. We've recently updated our participation guidance to try to encourage people to really get the views of children, and we're going to do an audit of that new guidance to make sure that it is being used and that it's useful. The other areas of priorities of practice are assessment and planning, early intervention and support, partnership working, and empowerment, supervision and leadership. And just to add a bit to that, because we did talk about transitions, one of the key things about transitions, I think, is professionals being able to challenge each other and say that they don't think that's right or we should be doing something differently when children are moving from one service to the other. So I think that's key there. And just to end, looking forward, we will implement the new child protection guidance. The promise does sit with the Integrated Children's Board, but we will make sure that the Angus pledge, the Angus Promise pledge, is highlighted in our strategic plan. Continue to analyse our data, implement the priorities of practice, and we do anticipate an inspection where there'll be a heavy focus on outcomes as opposed to outputs. So that's why we're really looking at audit of many of our services and policies, so we can try and identify why we know we're getting it right. And that will obviously include the voice of children and families. And finally, the impact of Ukraine is a bit of the refugees from Ukraine is something that we are looking out of. The only other thing I'm going to mention that did come up at the Audit and Scrutiny Committee, actually two things, is that in terms of our transition work, it notes in the report it stopped during COVID. I would say we're in phase 1 of planning, where we'll have short life working groups looking at the scope and the future needs going forward, so that we can create a longer term plan. And the other area that I would say is Glen Clover. I think there's an indication in the plan that it's not probably being utilised, and it's just to say that that's really around short-term funding. Wherever I go, I hear this project being talked about, and we will try to secure continuation funding. But the reason it's underutilised at the moment is we don't want to create expectations if we can't continue it. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for that, Alison Todd, and my apologies for actually not giving you your full title when I asked you to come up to the front. The chair of the Child Protection Committee. Everything's a little bit new for me today, so my apologies for not giving your correct title. Do we have any questions? No, a comment? Any questions first? I'd like to try and keep with the format of questions first. So, Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. Alison, just reading through the report, and this is a more generic question, but looking at, regardless of the year in question, it looks like roughly about 2/3 of children are on the protection register for 6 months or less. Is that, regardless of the year, so so is that really because that covers a period from the initial request through investigation to outcome, and then hopefully out the other side into a safe environment? Is that a general 6-month time that takes?
Yeah, so when a child goes on the Child Protection Register, our job is to get them safe, because at that time we think that they are really vulnerable and in danger of significant harm. So we would be putting in very intensive support services, either from ourselves or actually some of our voluntary partners, and there would be a plan, a key action plan, and that would involve some action on the parents and carers as well. But what we would be trying to do is get that person off the Child Protection Register as soon as possible, because that means that they're safe. And it may be that if we can't do that, then they would be the children who end up with the Child Protection Order. And so the 6 months is sort of the average time that it takes us for a child to be safe. But I think we could say that it might be shorter in some instances and it might be longer in other instances. But ultimately, I suppose where it's possible, we want children to stay in their home with their parents, and to make that environment as safe as possible. So when children are on the register, the work is very focused and very intense.
Any further questions? Any comments? Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Alison, and thanks very much for your presentation. I just wanted to congratulate you on the report, and it's very extensive and informative, and I just thought it was worth pointing out to members of the public that committee members of the Scrutiny and Audit have had a chance to question you and have asked several questions already, so it is hugely important, and possibly don't want to repeat the questions today, but thank you very much.
Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. Alison, thanks for coming along today. My daughter is a social worker, as is my partner. My daughter works in child protection in another area. And I know full well the stresses that the staff go under in all the social work departments. And all I want to do today is, can you thank your staff for the work that they do, the work that they put in through the pandemic, and the stress that the staff must have been under must have been incredible. But the level of work that you did was absolutely fantastic and has to be congratulated. So if you could pass that on, and I'm sure all my colleagues here today will agree with that. Thank you.
Any further comments from anyone? No? Thank you. Therefore, the recommendations are to review the content of the Angus Child Protection Committee Annual Report 2020 to 2021 and note the Council's cross-department responsibilities in relation to child protection. Is that agreed? Thank you. So moving back to item number 5, motions in terms of Standing Order 25. So the first one is the workplace parking levy, and I call on Councillor Fairweather, who has submitted the following motion, which I'm sure he'll do in his 5 minutes. So, Councillor Fairweather, can I move over to you? And do you have a seconder?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Be Councillor Vaughan. Thank you, Provost. All right, there we go. I'm just back from holiday, so excuse me. Thank you, Provost. And in your new role, I hope you now realise that being in the administration does not make you a fake independent. Anyway, colleagues, I know the challenges that this council face. I know that the SNP government are keen on implementing a workplace parking levy to reduce car use, and I'm not against that. However, Angus is a rural area, and I believe that such a policy will be catastrophic for our employees and Angus citizens. To simply think that by putting on such a levy will make people use public transport is short-sighted, to say the least, given that over the last 10 years, cuts to budgets have reduced bus services and continued budget pressures. That is not going to change any time in the near future. Asking officers to bring forward a report with advantages and disadvantages so it can be debated properly by members is, from my perspective, the correct way forward. So all I'm asking is, can you support the motion?
Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to second that motion and add on that a cost of living crisis at the moment that is felt by everyone right now, and as Councillor Fairweather has said, that as Angus is such a rural area, people rely incredibly heavily on their cars, whether that be to go and get their weekly shop, to pick up their kids from school, or simply just to go to work. We don't all have the privilege of living a short 10-15 minute walk away from our place of work, from where we live. Adding on the additional cost to the people's livelihoods of having to pay for any additional parking charges just simply to go to work, I believe is completely unfair. I have had a few residents contact me recently complaining about their unreliable services of the buses, namely one who lives in our commented on the X7 service, which is quite an important service for the people that run from Montrose all the way through Arbroath to onto Dundee Nine Wales Hospital for appointments. Again, bringing in the parking levy would also include Angus Council as well. So all the officers and people that work here in Angus House or any other council building would also be affected by this as well. So again, I would like to hope that this is not introduced in spite of what the SNP government in Scotland may wish to do. And so I continue to second this motion from Councillor Fairweather.
Do we have any, is there any amendment? No amendment, but so therefore I think we'll go on to comments first, or comments. Thank you. Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Fairweather. I don't think it's very often in this chamber that we're all in complete agreement. I don't think there's anybody in this room who would like to see the implementation of such a policy in Angus. And just for a matter of clarity, I don't think the government are implementing this policy. I think they're planning to give councils the power, if it's appropriate, which wouldn't perhaps be in places like congested cities such as Edinburgh, for example, who have extensive problems with transport. Like I said, I think we're all in absolute agreement on this. The only concern I've got is I wouldn't like to see officers spending much time, wasting their time doing a lot of work which isn't required when we're all in agreement here. So I would suggest that the officers do only the work which they think is required and not unnecessary. Don't spend unnecessary time on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from anyone? No? Okay, right. Moving on. Thank you. Climate change is the second one, and I ask Councillor Stewart, who submitted the following motion, to speak. Thank you. Oh, and do you also have a seconder?
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I've got a seconder, Councillor McLaren. Yeah, during the last 4 years, as part of the previous administration, in my role as Vice Convener of what was known as the, well, it's now the Vibrant Communities and Sustainable Growth Department. That's a mouthful. I, along with the previous convener and the service leader for environmental service, worked hard to get to where we are today in terms of reducing the volume of general waste taken to our recycling centres. And in some cases, the general waste facilities altogether were removed at the smaller recycling centres. Colleagues who were here prior to the May elections, they will be aware that the smaller centres were earmarked for closure prior to 2017. They will also be aware of the awards that Angus Council received due to the recycling efforts of our citizens. This ultimately seen us awarded as the #1 local authority for recycling in Scotland. Previously, there had been comments made in this chamber stating that we were #1 for recycling before. Well, that is true, but we were, however, that was down to the new curbside rollout for recycling in 2015-2016. Our position as #1 local authority now is down to what has taken to our award-winning recycling centres. Further, it would be a backward step if there were any moves to reintroduce general waste facilities at any of our recycling-only centres. We all know it's more expensive to incinerate than recycle, and at a time when local authorities are struggling with budgets, it would make no sense to do this. Continuing with the drive to decrease our general waste will confirm that this council is serious about climate change and reduce the carbon footprint. I ask you to support this motion to ensure we continue the work already done to reduce the amount of general waste that we dispose of. And if the administration is serious about building a greener and a forward-looking Angus, I hope they would be happy to support this. The motion is as follows. The Scottish Government has declared a climate emergency, and as such, this council continues to explore its efforts to reduce general waste at all its award-winning recycling centres. Thank you.
And your seconder? Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Provost. I am happy to second this motion by Councillor Stewart. In my view, I feel this is the way forward to retain the position we've achieved over the previous years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLaren. Is there any amendment? No. Therefore, we'll go to comments. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Stewart, for bringing forward this motion. We are happy to support the wording of your motion, not necessarily the contents of what you've just said. We will work to reduce general waste in all of our award-winning recycling centres, and we have already set a work in progress to look at how we do our recycling to keep us where we need to be. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost. I would just like to reiterate the position that this council currently sits at as number 1 in the league table out of the 33 councils that we have here, or local authorities in Scotland, and I would just urge today that the SNP leader, Councillor Beth Whiteside, will agree with us that no general waste provision is made to any of our award-winning recycling centres that don't already have it.
That's not the motion. As Councillor MacDonald just set out, we're happy to agree to the wording of the motion, and we're looking into a feasibility study into the whole recycling centre. We'll take the decisions based on recommendations, and we're committed to climate change agenda. As you will recall from last term, we put forward a climate change motion which actually wasn't supported by the previous administration. We'll work tirelessly to reduce general waste and increase recycling in whatever way we feel is best. Thank you.
Thank you. Are any further comments? Councillor Scott. I was going to call you by your first name there.
I'll just shout out, probably in my voice, I think. I noticed that Councillor Stewart brought up the carbon footprint. My ward, the closest journey for general waste from the furthest away point. Oh, it's popped on now, sorry, lowered my voice. So the closest journey to Montrose for commercial and general waste is 54 miles. The furthest being Forfar at 66 miles. That's a round trip. So what's the increase to the carbon footprint from that? Because I've never ever been able to get any figures. So has that ever been considered?
Oh, I think, I think Councillor Stewart's brought the motion, so he'll maybe have the answers to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. Did Councillor Scott say 54 miles round trip?
Yep.
From Brecon to Montrose? I think it's only 14 miles.
From Tarside.
From Tarside?
From Tarside, it's 18 miles.
Huh.
From Brecon to Tarside, and then it's another 9 miles on top, so 18 plus 36. 54. 4, 66.
Oh, I think officers could probably help out and answer that question for us, couldn't they? Is there any officer able to help out?
Sorry. No, I don't think an officer needs to be doing that. You've the gentleman that's brought the council that's brought the motion forward, Councillor Stewart. You should have the answers to people that are questioning you on your motion. Thank you.
Provost, that's not the case. That the officers should, in fact, be here to answer that particular question. That is their job, and that is what they are paid for, not the councillors. But can I suggest that that the question from Councillor Scott is put and brought back right to this council. With the other answers as well. The fact that there's 54 miles from round trip from one place, perhaps the officers can come back as well and tell us what the savings are in the fact that our waste, our general waste is reduced. Thank you.
Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. Can I suggest that there's no amendments being put forward, and could we just agree the motion?
Yes, I agree that, and you made it perfectly clear, Councillor Whiteside, that you will be looking at this in great detail over the next 6 months. So the answers are there. And yes, so I think you're quite right. I think we just move forward, and the questions asked by Councillor Scott will be answered at that point in time. But I think Councillor Cheap wants to say something.
Thank you, Provost. I think Councillor Whiteside is absolutely right. We just move forward with the motion as it's worded, but on the basis to support what she said, that we will move forward. I think when we do move forward, we will do it better, fairer, and the outcome will be best for Angus in total. Thank you.
Motion agreed.
The ambitious way that we went into election. Thank you very much. Moving on to rural schools, I ask Councillor Louise Nicholl, who has submitted the following motion, and at this point in time I ask her, are you happy to accept the officer's advice?
Yes.
Thank you. That's great. So can you tell me who your seconder is?
Councillor Gregg.
Councillor Gregg. Very good. And therefore I'll let you have your 5 minutes and then Councillor Gregg have his 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. As Shadow Spokesperson for the Children Learning Committee, I would today ask that we take all doubt off the table and assure our parents and carers of pupils at our rural schools that this Council will not look to consult on any closures of our rural schools. As we all know, the threat of closures to rural schools creates worry and fear in our constituents in rural areas. Fear that any closure will pull the heart out of their community. The last administration group pledged that no threat to any of these schools will be made under their term. I'm asking Councillor Beth Whiteside and her administration to extend this even further to cover the term of this administration. I'd also like to say, after taking notice of the Director of Finance's commentary, I am happy to add to the motion any option appraisal procedure as per the Council guidance. I'm asking members to support the motion with the added option of approval to wording.
Thank you. And your seconder?
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. I would also like to second this motion by Councillor Louise Nicholl, that this Council reaffirms the last administration's commitment that no rural schools will close in the term of this Council, ensuring stability for parents and their children. Rural schools are an incredibly important part of local communities. They're not just schools, they're also sometimes the hearts of communities. This is incredibly important for me myself. I also sit on the Children and Learning Committee, but also my great-granddad was a head teacher at Greystone School, just outside Carmiley. My granny was a primary school teacher at both Freecombe School and also Inverkeeler School. And my sister, she's currently a teacher at Letham Primary School. I myself and my siblings, we also attended rural schools for our education, and it's important for us that we know that these local schools will still remain open to continue to support the children and their parents and those that are around that community as well. So with that, I would like to again second the motion placed by Louise Nicholl. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any amendment to this motion? Oh, Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Nicholl. I think everybody would support the ambition of this motion. Unfortunately, my objection isn't to the ambition of the motion at all. It's just the process. We, as a council, cannot take decisions for 5 years based on a motion in the first full council meeting. We have to very carefully consider all the facts that are presented to us year on year, and that's our duty, to make decisions based on fact, not based on emotion. For that reason, I feel that this particular motion, and taking into account the advice of the Director of Finance, I don't think this is competent, and I would propose that we don't take this forward.
So that's your amendment then? Yes. Thank you very much. And therefore, I think we can therefore go to comments. Sorry,
Provost, I think just a couple of points of clarification. Yes. Councillor Whiteside referred to it not being competent. If there's a reference to not being competent, we cannot take a vote on this. If it's simply just to take no action on the motion, then that would be the case, and I would ask for a seconder therefore.
Yes, I would propose that we take no action on this motion.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder? Councillor Duff. Thank you. I think therefore we then move on to the vote.
Provost, unless any members have any more comments.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Comments? Oh, Councillor Duff.
Yeah.
Over above what Councillor Whiteside has said is that the Council has standing orders, as most members are aware, and one of them is the so-called 6-month rule, which basically says that no decision this Council takes is for 5 years or perpetuity. Any decision can be challenged after 6 months or indeed before if there's a material change in circumstances. So putting a motion like this forward at the second Council meeting of a 5-year term is really, what's the word, I think is pointless, because, you know, in February we could change the decision within Council standing orders. So I think that in that context, and given what Councillor Whiteside has said, I feel that the motion is doesn't make a lot of sense.
Provost. That's me. Thank you, Provost. I don't think there's any doubt that the motion is competent, and Councillor Nicholl has said that she has taken notice of the commentary by the Director of Finance and has proposed that the guidance, the policy commitment proposed in accordance with the Council's options appraisal guidance will be adhered to. So the motion as it stands is perfectly competent, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Yeah, I would just like to second what Councillor Fairweather said there, and a bit disappointed that they're trying to say that it wasn't competent to start off with. I'm sure the motion wouldn't have been allowed to be on the paper if it wasn't competent. It would have been checked out by the Director of Finance and the other clerks, etc., if I'm correct in saying that.
Through you, Provost, the motion has been deemed to be competent by officers, but ultimately it's for a matter for the chair of the meeting to deem any matter of competency. We are not at the stage now for questioning the competency of the motion or amendment. We are in a formal debate for a motion and an amendment.
I would just like to continue to say that I'll be supporting this motion by Councillor Louise Nicholl, and we're a bit disappointed that the Leader of the Council cannot make this decision on themselves and have to rely on the officers. We would question who is actually running the Council already. It looks as though it's not the SNP administration.
Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I didn't expect to be speaking quite as often this afternoon already, but to actually support this motion would be foolhardy. To tie this Council to decisions of this at the start of a 5-year term is, as I say, foolhardy. Also, actually, the motion on workplace parking levy, although we don't want to support it, the implementation, that was foolhardy as well. Basically, it's trying to implement something that would tie a Council. So, Councillor Whiteside is absolutely right in bringing forward the amendment which I'll be supporting.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, colleagues. Nice to be with you again. Colleagues, I really do have to express my disappointment as a rookie in relation to these motions today and some adverse comments. I had thought, I'd seen a couple of your meetings in person when I was Community Council Chair. I had thought we'd moved on. And I had thought we'd moved on for this sort of, what I would call, mischief and potential filibustering. This is a new Council, which, like the other 31, faces the starkest of challenges as it tries to ameliorate the darkest of times for Angus communities. Let's not allow today to set a precedent for our community's representation. Thank you, colleagues. And I'd just like to finish that I sincerely wish everybody a good break, and may we all come back refreshed.
Thank you, Deputy Provost. Anyone else wishing to make a comment? If not, we'll go to the vote.
Provost, Councillor Louise Nicholl, as mover of the motion, has the right to sum up if she so wishes.
Thank you.
I've not got any further comment on that.
Therefore, Provost will go to the vote. So the motion by Councillor Louise Nicholl, seconded by Councillor Gregg, is as per the published papers. The amendment by Councillor Whiteside, seconded by Councillor Duff, is that the Council takes no action on this motion. Please vote motion or amendment. Provost.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost.
Amendment.
Councillor Beattie.
Amendment.
Councillor Bell.
Amendment.
Councillor Cheap.
Amendment.
Councillor Cowdy.
Amendment.
Councillor Doran.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Amendment.
Councillor Durno.
Amendment.
Councillor Fairweather. Councillor Fotheringham.
Motion.
Councillor Gall. Councillor Gregg. Councillor MacDonald.
Amendment.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Gavin Nicholl. Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Scott. Councillor Shepherd.
Amendment.
Councillor Speed. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Wan. And Councillor Whiteside.
Amendment.
The motion has 9 votes. The amendment has 15 votes. The amendment is carried. Provost.
Moving swiftly on. Appointments to committees. Scrutiny and Audit Committee, there is one place allocated to the non-administration as it remains unfilled. This is, I think, being brought forward to tidy up things on that. So I ask Councillor Wan, Leader of the Opposition, for a nomination and a seconder.
I would nominate myself here if we can, but I was going to go into the Scrutiny and Audit Committee, but if we need somebody to nominate me and second me. Okay, I'll put myself forward.
Provost, can I?
Of course you can.
Can I second that, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Technically, should it be Councillor? You are allowed to nominate yourself. I'm sorry,
yes, that's correct.
Don't want us to have to come back with things before that. So that's lovely. Thank you very much. Do we have any other nominations? Nope. That's great. Thank you very much. So you're duly elected, Councillor Wan. Civic Licensing Committee, Councillors Clark and Fairweather have resigned from Civic Licensing. The Council has asked to fill these 2 vacancies. So can I ask Councillor Whiteside for a nomination and seconder?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Meehan.
And your seconder? Thank you. And Councillor Wan?
We have no nominations.
Right, thank you. Keep me right on what happens. Do we
as a vacancy remains, I think maybe it might be an opportune moment if non-aligned members, any non-aligned members wish to take up that allocated place.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone in the non-aligned wanting a further workload? No? Okay, that's fine.
Provost, again, we'll go back to the administration, to Councillor Whiteside. We've tried to apply the principles of political balance, and therefore that place remains vacant if their group would wish to fill that other place.
And that's just at the moment. We'll hopefully be able to bring somebody forward when after recess. Thank you very much for that. So that's as Councillor Clark was appointed vice convener. The council have been asked to appoint a vice convener of this committee. Councillor Whiteside.
I'll nominate Councillor Meehan.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder?
I'll second that,
Thank you. Any other nominations for vice convener? Nope, thank you. And therefore, Councillor Meehan will take over as vice convener of Licensing. Thank you. Angus Licensing Board, fairly similar. Councillors Clark and Fairweather have resigned from the Angus Licensing Board, so we ask Councillor Whiteside for a nomination and seconder.
Councillor Meehan.
Okay, thank you. And your seconder? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Wan?
No nomination.
Non-aligned? No nominations? That's fine. Again, that can be carried forward to after recess. Thank you very much for that. Appointments to outside bodies. The Glen Trust. Confirmation has been received that the Glen Esk Trust remains active. Accordingly, the appointments made at the statutory meeting remain in place. Thank you. The Patrick Allen Fraser of Hospitalsfield Trust. Confirmation has been received that no council appointments are required on the trust. Therefore, the appointments made at the statutory meeting no longer stand. Voluntary Action Angus. Voluntary Action Angus has approached the council and asked if consideration to be given to appoint a further council representative. I think we've got to highlight that the VA have asked for this representative to be non-administration, but that is only an ask. So therefore I ask for nominations for this place and a seconder. Oh, Councillor... right, okay, excellent. So that's Councillor Scott and Councillor Speed to second. Excellent. Okay. Councillor Wan?
Yes, Councillor Ronnie Proctor to nominate.
And your seconder?
Councillor Ford.
Okay. I'll slow down a bit for a couple of minutes.
Yes, so we have a nomination of Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Speed, and also a nomination of Councillor Proctor, moved by Councillor Wan, seconded by Councillor Fotheringham. Members vote for either Councillor Scott or Councillor Proctor. Provost.
Councillor Scott.
Deputy Provost.
Councillor Jill Scott.
Councillor Beattie.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Bell.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Cheap.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Cowdy.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Doran.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Duff.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Durno. Councillor Fairweather. Councillor Fotheringham.
Councillor Proctor.
Councillor Gall.
Councillor Proctor.
Councillor Gregg.
Councillor
Councillor MacDonald.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Gavin Nicholl. Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Scott. Councillor Shepherd.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Speed. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Wan. And Councillor Whiteside.
Councillor Scott.
Councillor Scott received 15 votes. Councillor Proctor received 10 votes. Councillor Scott is appointed to the BAA.
Can I just check these numbers, please? I think it's 15-9. 13-10. My apologies. Sorry, I didn't think that worked out for the amount of people that are here. So thank you for that. Save us going over it again. That's definitely all okay. Yeah. Lovely. Thank you. Monifeith Golf Links. A place still remains vacant, and therefore I ask for nominations and a seconder.
Can I nominate Councillor Heather Doran, please?
Yes, you most certainly can. And do you have a seconder?
I do.
I'll second it.
Thank you very much. Any other nominations? You're duly elected to Monifeith Golf Club. Thank you. Links, Monifeith Golf Links. Tayside Area Support Team. One place remains vacant, and so I'm asking for nomination for this and a seconder. Councillor Whiteside.
Councillor Meekin.
And a seconder? Councillor Duff. Any other nominations? Thank you. Well done, Councillor Meekin. Scottish Joint Council. Let me take 30 seconds out here to make sure I'm doing what I'm doing right, because this one's slightly more complicated. Yes, so I think what happened here, accordingly, we're going to ask the Council to formally note the appointment and endorse that appointment of the Leader of the Council, Councillor Beth Whiteside. Thank you. My apologies for that little slip up there. Angus Integrated Children's Services Group. The Council asked to note the membership and to appoint a non-administration member. And therefore, Councillor Wan, do you have a nomination?
Yes, can we nominate Councillor Louise Nicholl?
Yep. Do you have a seconder? Great. Any other nominations? Councillor Speed.
Thank you. Can I nominate myself, please?
Yep. And do you have a seconder?
Yep.
Right. Councillor Dorn, I think was her name. Her hand was up before Councillor Cheeps.
It's promised. So Councillor Wan, seconded by Councillor Greggs, moved the appointment of Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Speed, seconded by Councillor Doran, moved the appointment of Councillor Speed. Please vote for either Councillor Louise Nicholl or Councillor Speed. Provost.
Councillor Speed.
Deputy Provost.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Beattie.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Bell.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Cheap.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Cowdy.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Doran.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Duff.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Durno.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Fairweather.
Councillor Nicholl.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Councillor Nicholl.
Councillor Gall. Councillor Gregg. Councillor MacDonald.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Gavin Nicholl. Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Scott.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Shepherd.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Speed. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Wan. And Councillor Whiteside.
Councillor Speed.
Councillor Louise Nicholl received 9 votes and Councillor Speed received 15 votes. Councillor Speed is appointed.
I will move on swiftly to Angus Corporate Parenting Board, and the Councillor asked to note the membership and appoint a non-administration member. So I'm asking for nominations at this time and a seconder. Councillor Speed? Councillor Speed? And do you have a seconder? Councillor Scott. And I didn't pick up because of the because of the mic's not going on quick enough. The nomination was yourself, was it? Yes. Sorry, I'm generally not hearing. You know, that and I've left my glasses in the car. Right. So that's it. So do we have any other nominations?
No, on this occasion we'll decline because the two services go together really. So.
Thank you. So. I think that's the end of all and so we're now on to deputations. Now, If a deputation request is agreed, then we'll invite Mr Gill to speak. Just to keep this right, I was going to put this over to the clerk, but the clerk will confirm to me if I've got this wrong that Mr Gill, you have 10 minutes to speak, and then there'll be questions followed by the members. So,
yes, Provost, and just in addition to that, members should restrict any to questions to the deputation only. Any comments that they may have to be left over until we get to the substantive item. And also, Provost, in terms of relevancy, that sits with yourself, but the deputation should address their deputation in relation to the report in front of members.
So, yeah, is that all clear, especially to new members? Basically, you know, please note, especially with the new members cannot give any opinion on the matter at this stage when we're listening to it. It's questions only, and so I'm sure you were aware of that, but just to make sure. It took me a little while to get used to that. Right, so with that in mind, Mr Gill, would you like to come up and give us your deputation? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you, Lord Provost. And apologies for my ignorance around here, because I have absolutely no idea how this works. So I'll try not to offend everybody and stay within my 10 minutes. I thought I hope this is relevant as well, having just had the comment about relevancy. I thought it was worth just a very brief background to my relationship to the railway, because it is relative to related to things further on. I started volunteering at the railway when I was about 9 years old. I spent most of my childhood there getting dirty, messing around, playing with trains at a time long before health and safety existed to any large degree, which was quite good fun. I then went off to university. I had a career, had a life. Things got in the way slightly, and following moving back up to Aberdeen, I came down with my son one day and sort of got sucked back in again, and got lumbered with all the fun tasks as a penance for having disappeared away for 25 years, which included chairman, health and safety, and all manner of other things. That being said, I'm sure most of you are probably already familiar with the railway, certainly with the fact that we run trains for 4 miles and play around with steam engines and diesel engines. We're a totally volunteer-run railway. We started... Can everybody hear okay, by the way? I'm conscious I'm far enough away back from the microphone. In 2019, we were awarded the Queen's Award for volunteering in recognition of the work that we've done, both volunteering for ourselves but also supporting the community, which was a massive thing during COVID. We were instructed by the rail regulator to continue doing critical maintenance, so we were able to keep a little bit of community going on during COVID lockdown with controls in place. And just that and that level of communication, even just with online forums and things, made a massive difference. What's probably not as recognised by members here and also the wider community is other areas of work that we do. So about 25 years ago, we started doing a lot of green energy development. We did some work with Shell and with Aberdeen University looking at the use of biofuels. That resulted in Shell releasing biodiesel as a standard fuel, which is now, I think the figures are something like 78% reduction in CO2. And a lot of that work was done at the railway, because the railway is a great test bed and a really accessible facility. We're doing similar things now with hydrogen and battery power, looking at late life vehicles. And one of our graduates, or was a graduate as of about a week ago from Dundee University, won a Scottish award for the work he was doing in that area. We also do quite a lot of education, mentoring and well-being. Like I said, I came through the railway as I sort of went off to university. It's a long-running joke that I feel I learnt more there than I did at university. I'm not getting into that too much. And we do quite a lot of community activities as well. I have 6 pages here, but I will get through it in 10 minutes. I'm sure I'll get kicked if I don't. Just to put the project we're talking about into a bit of context here, the media, and I guess it's very easy to pick up on it, have picked up on it as a rail extension. That's a small part of it. There's an awful lot more to it than that. We're looking at improving active travel in the routes around the railway, which involves linking up the school, dealing with some of the council burden there, because the Bog Road Bridge, which is on the verge of falling down, I believe is unbudgeted. I'm sure somebody will correct me if that's not the case. We'll need some work done imminently, so that's going to potentially be a council cost, or alternatively we have to close the railway because we can't safely operate underneath it. Dealing with the footpath and access between Andover School across the crossing on the footpath network in Brechin will make a massive difference as well, especially with changes to or the trial for the exclusion zone around Andover Primary School, and also make that area a bit more safe and accessible for bikes and other buggies, pushchairs, etc. We're looking at putting some coach facilities in place. We're massively restricted at the moment from a tourism point of view because we can't get as many coaches into the railway. We can really only fit 2 at a time when we're operating, which means all the rail tours that sail up the East Coast main line don't get as far as us. We get 2 coach loads off. That would bring a lot more routine tourism into Brecon. And hopefully the wider community, because a lot of these rail tours come from southeast of England. So there's quite a lot of tourism from outside the area. Hopefully people will see Angus and recognise what other opportunities there are for, we have some fantastic tourism opportunities here. Training green development facilities, we talked about earlier about the fact that we've got a really good footprint. Dundee University is working in partnership, or developing a partnership with a Chinese university. In China, they've got a phenomenal test facility, which is something Dundee University will never be able to replicate. So that's something we're looking to work in partnership with them, so they can use our facility. We're also looking at improvements to heritage facilities. So we ran Polar Express event last year. Warner Brothers gave us exclusive rights for Scotland, which was a fantastic achievement for us and very beneficial for Angus. Brecon was hotels and restaurants were full leading up to it. But we are constrained by the facilities we've got at the moment in terms of volume. So we want to basically expand the facilities to allow us to get a greater number of people into the area. The projects themselves are very well developed. I appreciate it's been a 12-week panic to try and get the paper together into UK government format, which hasn't been helped by the challenges of UK government portals not working and templates not working and various other things which have caused no end of grief for various people in the council who've been helping us as well. They're very well developed proposals already though. Really what we've been doing is transferring them into Green Book and Magenta Book compliant code, and really conservatively we could achieve £20 million per annum increase in revenue into the area. We've been much more conservative with that proposal and still see good value for money. So, got broad support from a number of different people. 3 minutes, I better get rid of them. Sorry. I have a list of people. SNP MP, Dave Dugan's given it priority support. We've got support from the Conservatives, MSPs, Liam Kerr, Douglas Lovins, etc. Likewise, Labour MSPs. Sustrans support it because of the work we're doing in active travel, Transport Scotland likewise, and we've got broad support from Preservation Approach for Historic Environment Scotland and other local charities. It's also very well aligned with a lot of the council objectives and strategic plans. In terms of addressing some of the issues that are raised in the paper about risk, I've got a few comments on that. We are already a hugely complex operation. We comply with ISO 9001, 14001 and 45001, plus all the rail regulation we get from the rail regulator. We've operated like that for 40 odd years. Like I said, in the early days, maybe not quite as safely as we could have done, but certainly nowadays we've got all that in place. We already manage and deliver multi-million pound projects. A lot of that's delivered by our volunteer resource, but also we subcontract quite a lot of that work in the same model we're talking about at the moment. I tried to look at the private sector experience we've got, and I was considering just adding up all the numbers of all the different people we've got that work for us. We're all of us are volunteers. We do it for out of the goodness of our heart or stupidity, whichever way you want to look at it. And I started adding up values of projects people had worked on. We've got one of the principal engineers from the Queensferry Crossing, which was 1.35 billion straight away. So it got very silly very quickly. We've got architects who did Heathrow Terminal 5, 4.2 billion. Contract managers for Rigmore and ARI refurbishments, construction planners at West Dunbartonshire Schools, 102 million. Dundee V&A, Johnny Walker Experience. The numbers just get crazy. We've got more than 50 professional individuals in the railway, from occupational health and cyber security, rail infrastructure specialists, HR and architecture, finance and structural engineers, data analytics and surveying. So we've got all the capability in the railway to provide proper scrutiny for the work that we're doing. In terms of specific risks, there have been various comments about number of projects. Like I said, we already manage a number of projects at the same time already because of the volume of the volunteers we've got. Cash commitment from the council, we're not expecting the council to put any money into this project. This will all be UK government money and money we're raising ourselves to do the match funding. Financial exposure, cost project overruns and inflation. This is a big one and I can fully understand.
I'm going to interrupt you, you've got 1 minute.
1 minute, I'll be very quickly. Monifieth High School, I can fully understand the questions about that. We can absorb a lot of those costs because we can do the work ourselves if we need to, if there are any issues there. Planning applications and land. While we need to look at some of the land for the work, we can manage it within our existing curtilages, although we'd rather not. Long-term operation of the council, we believe we can accept liability for most of that. Value for money is addressed in the thing, and there's excellent value for money. And finally, the council resources for exposure. We've introduced costs into the contract budget for all the costs that we think the council would need to see. There should be nil cost to the council in terms of resource. That will all be covered by the project award. So either securing existing resource within the council or securing new resource. Thank you. Just.
Well done. So, do any councillors have any questions for Mr Gill? Councillor Durno.
I can hear you, it's okay.
Yeah.
Do I need to turn mine off? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Anyway, just one question. If this levelling up money hadn't come about from the UK government, just say it wasn't there, you know, what would have been your next plan of action for funding? You said you worked with Shell. Have you had any input from any oil companies or any other funding streams from big businesses that would be willing to come in and help you?
Yes, but not to the degree. The advantage of this is we're able to pull together a number of projects into one thing, so the benefit from all of it is phenomenal rather than just getting individual benefits. And some of them probably wouldn't have been, although we've had a lot of these projects on the table for some time, some of them would probably remain on the desk and not get delivered. There's certainly a lot more benefit because we can deliver them all at once. We've looked at places like National Heritage Lottery, for example.
Yeah, because obviously you don't know if you will be awarded the money because it could go to some place in England.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fairweather.
Thanks, Provost. Thank you, Mr Gill, for your presentation. I've just one question. I noticed in the report that it's a substantial contribution of 1.8 million. Is that in place or is that still to be found?
We've got, so that's based on a combination of grant money which we've got secured subject to the award and our existing revenue. So that's phased over the 3 years. So some of it's coming from operational resources revenue we've got.
So that's been secured.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I could have just said yes, couldn't I?
Councillor Wan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Gill. Very comprehensive talk there, and what a list of experience you have, which is very impressive. It's working with you as volunteers, especially when you hear things like Heathrow Terminal and the other, the Queen's Ferry Crossing Bridge. Can I just ask you, you will be aware that the funding, if it was granted, the project has to be finished around about, I think it was May 2025? Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. Are you confident that, you know, this process may take a while, that you would be complete by that time and spend 18 million or whatever it is?
Yes. No, I'll explain. So, like I said, a lot of the projects are pretty well developed already, so we've got plans in place for, have been in place for some time. We've gone and reviewed them. Very comfortable. There's some planning processes involved, but again, we've had consultation with Historic Environment Scotland and the council over the years about what would be involved in that. So, and in terms of, yeah, there's a risk that applies to us given current supply and demand, but that would apply to every single person bidding, and we think we're in a better place anyway because we can absorb, like I say, some of that through the volunteer resource if we need to. Thank you.
I wish I had my glasses, Council. Can you? Councillor Gregg. My apologies, Councillor Gregg. Councillor Gregg, sorry.
Thank you, Provost. Mr Gill, thank you for your deputation. I would like to ask you specifically about the proposals, which is 5.1 in the agenda, and the extension of the existing railway from Bridge of Dun to Montrose, network rails connecting, including supporting infrastructure. I presume that what that effectively means is relinking the Brecon Caledonian Railway to the mainline services at Montrose. And if that's the case, how far, where would that be? Because I know that where the existing track used to be has now been developed. So what options have you got to reconnect that service?
So this is one of the areas where there's a little bit of confusion. We have a long-term ambition to get back to the main line for a variety of reasons. Partly because it allows a lot of the rail traffic that currently sails up to Aberdeen to stop and come into Brecon. Some of that land's owned by ourselves, and the route back to Montrose, volunteers over the years have bought it. Other of it's private land who we've had conversations with who are favourable to it. Others again who are against it at the moment. So the proposal here is to start to build back sections as and when we can, heading back towards the main line, not absolutely necessarily the Montrose route, potentially Arbroath as well, It's an approach that's been taken by a number of railways in England as well. So the Welsh Highland Railway, for example, which is now the longest railway in the UK, started off in a shed and just said they were going to do this about 30 years ago. And within 10 years, they'd managed to get 32 miles of track back in. The railway has been around for 40 years. It will be around in the next 40 years. We're not looking at this as necessarily we get it fixed tomorrow. We are looking at this as a much longer term, but we have to start somewhere. The advantage of that as well, especially with the active travel agenda, is that we can combine footpaths because it was originally main line. So there's a significant amount of space for single track for us, plus footpath, cycle path next door. I went to university in Edinburgh, lived there for a while, and now live in Aberdeenshire. They are the most phenomenal tourist attractions. People come to use the old railways to cycle on to a phenomenal degree. You know, they come specially because it's safe, it's picturesque, they bring their kids, it's reasonably flat, you don't get big steep hills in railways. So they're great things from that point of view as well, and just over time we'll start to link communities back up again. And the Scottish Government in 2019 also put extra protection in for disused railways, so you're no longer allowed to just go and break them apart. Planning regulations were changed and upgraded to protect them for the purpose of either future reinstatement of rail or support for active travel routes such as we're talking about.
Councillor Gall, I clocked you first, and then Councillor MacDonald, and then Councillor Duff. Councillor Gall.
Thank you. Sorry, this might be a difficult question to answer, but having the 12 projects running in kind of simultaneous way, do you think there's a real economies of scale being able to do them, you know, together as opposed to, you know, one project a couple of years later, next project that would actually make, you know, the project seem to be value for money in terms of the funding? Yes, undoubtedly. The ability to contract manage and deal with all that all at one time with the same individuals doing it is definitely better from a management point of view. It reduces risk. Having to do that over time with different people taking over different projects will undoubtedly increase the risk and reduce the value for money because there will be more resource required.
Councillor MacDonald.
Just from some of your answers, it's raised more questions. I was under the impression that you needed to have the projects finished within the 3-year time frame. So where does the railway line end in terms of that time frame? And what's your understanding of the responsibilities of Angus Council if you fail to meet the deadlines? And can you provide any reassurances on that?
So what we're putting in the proposal is not, it's a section of the replacement. We're not intending as part of this to get back. And we've made that quite clear in the proposal as well. Maybe not clear to you guys, apologies for that. And certainly the media have picked up it from that point of view. So we're intending to complete a section with active travel alongside, so proper cycle by design spec, which the council will support, which will give us at least a footpath and a proposal a pilot proposal for the future. So your second question was, can we finish on time?
About finishing on time for the council and what happens to us.
So we're pretty confident. Well, actually, we're very confident. We deliver projects of this sort of scale, and we're not quite as all in one go of this sort of scale, but we manage a number of capital projects all at once anyway. It's not unusual for us. Like I said, the amount of private sector experience we've got allows us to do that as well. There are risks currently for supply just because of the way the slightly sort of unstable times we're in at the moment. But like I said, we can deploy volunteer resource on that if we need to. So, for example, if we need to start replacing bridges, we've got cranes and volunteers that could do that if we weren't able to get things. So I think from that point of view, we're very confident we can finish on time. And any of the impacts that are likely to apply to us are going to apply to everybody else as well. But I don't think there's any risk at all. Like I say, I think we're in a better position than most organisations because if it came to it, we could deploy a volunteer resource on the project.
Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I wanted to ask Mr Gill, a number of the projects require purchase of land, which you don't own. What happens, given that Councillor MacDonald's alluded to the short timetable, what happens if these landowners just say, no, we're not selling? I mean, I know, for example, the extension or the ambition to go beyond Bridge of Dun Station, there are a number of working farms in the way. Have you had any discussions with these landowners whether they're willing to sell to you? And if they say no, what are you going to do?
Sorry, I almost cut you off before you finished there, my apologies. Yeah, that was my point about the extension piece, whether we go Montrose or Arbroath. We have had conversations with some of them are very favourable, some of them are definitely not very favourable as it stands at the moment. There are a number of organisations around that also help to facilitate these conversations, because there's a lot of benefit to particularly the agricultural community now, who are relying more on Airbnb and other income streams. So like I said, our proposal is not to implement the extension to Montrose as part of this. It's to look at which bits can be implemented now as a short-term thing, which means we can hit the delivery deadline. The other bits where we require land, we can do it within existing curtilages. It's just not ideal. So the coach piece, the coach facilities, additional parking, things like that, we could include within what we've got. It has a bit of an impact on other long-term plans we've got in place and access. So, but from a, can we complete it in time? I don't think there's an issue with that because of how we've defined the scope. Like I said, we've been very clear not to define the scope as there will be a connection here, a real connection.
Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, and thanks for your presentation. It was really interesting. Just to follow up from Councillor Duff's question, where there are access rights to be resolved, how can you give an accurate cost prediction?
That's kind of the point, which I'm obviously doing a very bad job of explaining, is that we've not defined it as we're going to get from here to here. We've looked at certain sections and said we know we can do that because either it belongs to us or it belongs to a favourable owner. What we'll do is we'll do that 2 or 3 mile section or whatever it happens to be, that in its own right doesn't get us anywhere. What it does do is allow us to say, well, we've got that bit, then we can start having discussions elsewhere. Even if the railway never runs, there's then an active travel route, or the beginning of an active travel route. It's the same approach. The Deeside route in Aberdeen worked on the same principle. There are still bits at the moment where you have to come off the path, walk around a landowner and go back on again. For a railway, that's no use, but for an active travel route, again, like I said before, the tourism, attraction and just general health, well-being from having a cycle route and a footpath is the value for money of that alone at the price we can do it for. It makes it worthwhile. And hopefully during we can then follow on discussions with landowners to try and encourage them to see the benefit as well.
Any further questions? No, that's fine. Thank you very much. I'll therefore, after the questions, ask the Director of Finance to speak on this subject matter. And make to Mr Gill to go. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Gill.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, we said within paragraph 613 within report 17522, which the Council is just about to come on to, that would provide an update on the status of the application and the information required that could be given at the Council meeting. So that was what I was proposing to do just now. In relation to the application form, an updated application form was received just yesterday, actually, from Mr Gill on behalf of the Brecon Caledonian Railway. The application is partially complete, but remains a work in progress, and there's still a fair amount of work to be done. It is a very extensive piece of work to apply for the levelling up funding, so there's still quite a bit of work to be done on that. The process of completing the application form has been made more difficult because of the unavailability of the updated form on the UK Government website. And just to let the elected members know, we received an email just this morning actually from UK Government officials advising that the portal for submitting applications, and I'm quoting here, will be opened as soon as possible, and once open will be live for 2 weeks for applicants to put forward their bids. We will update the gov.uk website with the planned date for the portal's launch at the earliest opportunity. So what that means is that the deadline, which we had understood was to be the 6th of July, the deadline now is effectively indeterminate. There is no firm date, but we do know that the deadline will extend till at least mid-July. Even if the portal opened tomorrow, that would take us to the 15th of July. In relation to the application form, Part 5, which is the economic case, and Part 6, which is the deliverability, those are the sections as of today that still need the most work. There's been a cost-benefit assessment part of the economic case that's been largely completed. That was received yesterday. The application also requires, got quite a bit of additional material and information that has to go along with it. One of the main parts of that is a costings and planning workbook has to be submitted. It's a multi-tab, rather large spreadsheet with details on the project's financials. That workbook was received just this morning, so there's been very little time to actually go through that prior to the meeting this afternoon. So that's the position in relation to the application form. As far as further information is required, and Mr Gill actually in his deputation just referred to some of this, there was a summary document that was circulated to all elected members setting out the 12 components of the overall project. So that's been circulated to members. Mr Gill also helpfully on Monday of this week provided some further information to me in relation to the points raised in paragraph 614 within the report, to provide a bit of further clarity on some of the questions that were identified in that paragraph within the report. So that was helpful, but there's still further information, further questions, really a level of understanding that clearly the group, the Caledonian Railway Group have that I and other officers don't currently have. And that includes a detailed breakdown of the costs and further information on project deliverability. We've also received, I'd asked for copies of the Brecon Caledonian Railway accounts, so those have been provided based on the position at December 20. And I've also been provided with further information on how the railway would propose to deliver the match funding. Some of that is in place, some of that would come from anticipated further revenues over the period of the works. Also need to advise members about 2 further letters of support that have been received just in recent days, one from Liam Kerr, MSP, and one from Michael Mara, MSP. I think those have been circulated separately to members by email. What does that mean in terms of the implications for the report and the recommendations within the report? I think what I would say is despite the commendable efforts which the Caledonian Railway Group have been making to try and complete the application form, Mr Gill referred to a 12-week panic. For me it's been about a 3-week panic in terms of my involvement with it. But the position is that there are still large gaps in the information that officers require to undertake due diligence on the project in relation to making the levelling up application. So Report 175/22 recommends that the application not be supported to go forward, and despite the further information which has been made available over the last few days, that remains the recommendation of officers. The Council, and therefore Council taxpayers, are being asked to do more than support this project in principle. We've been asked to underwrite it financially, and that's based on estimated costs of £17.5 million. Now, in value terms, that's near about the cost of 2 primary schools, so it's a very significant level of underwriting. I do appreciate what Mr Gill said in his deputation in terms of the level of confidence of the group. I've no reason to doubt that. But there are risks that remain on such a large multi-element project, particularly in the current delivery environment in terms of supply and inflation and all of those other things. What that means, councillors, is it's just not possible for me to recommend to the council take on that risk based on the state of readiness of the application, the information which is available, and the level of review and understanding of the project and its financials that it's been possible to achieve. We've really been running very, very hard to try and catch up on the detail of all of this. So that view of not being able to recommend is informed by the risks involved with construction projects in current market conditions. Some of those are not manageable by anybody, whether it's the council or the group. And I do think there are, despite the confidence, there are potential delivery challenges that I can see on some of the project components. And that's after many years of discussion about capital projects and stuff always happens. There will always be things that can knock you off track in terms of the delivery timescales and the cost. There's been a huge effort, I'd have to say, made by the Caledonian Railway to submit the application this year. But from my perspective, we're not quite ready, and there's really just too much risk for the council to take on in supporting the application in current circumstances. Provost, that was the update, and I'm happy to, I'll probably just stay here in case there are questions, if that's okay.
And are there any questions?
Thank you, Provost. It's been a long time since there was a railway anywhere near where I live at the minute, thanks to Lord Beeching, but I grew up with a railway at the bottom of the garden, and this project bid is actually really exciting, and I love the idea of it, but the financial risk implications are quite overwhelming, and while it's great to get other elected representatives broadly supporting this bid, they're not the ones in the room with the accountability for taking financial decisions of this scale. But I'd be really keen to give Mr Gill and his team some glimmer of hope, and I wondered if you could give us a bit more on what other sources of funding might be available to keep this to keep the light on for this project. Perhaps over a longer term, maybe not such a time-pressured scale to deliver to, that would give a bit more scope for those discussions with landowners and around any CPOs that might be required. And also, I think Mr Gill has an incredible product to tap into corporate social responsibility strategies of the private sector, and I appreciate that's a lot of work, but I think with the work that has gone on around renewables and reducing carbon emissions would be a gift to many international and global private companies that might be keen to exploit that. So just a wee bit of hope in terms of other sources of funding, please, Ian, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bell. I might actually bring Alison Smith in on this one in terms of the funding opportunities. Our funding officer is working with the group. There are a few different options that we could look at. It would mean doing the work over a number of phases, but we're doing work in relation to place-based funding and place-making, and looking at the funding opportunities that might be available through that. But I don't know whether Alison would prefer to comment on that. I'll have to share a microphone.
Thank you. Yes, just to add to that, we're obviously we're entering a period over the next few months in terms of some intensive community engagement with a view to developing place plans for each of the areas of Angus. Absolutely, this project forms a significant part of that for the Brechin area. The purpose of the place plans will also be to allow us to identify opportunities for the various funds as and when they come forward, so we have projects that are already made and we can do that matching towards projects much more easily. We're looking at the moment around projects such as the Place-Based Investment Fund, which we brought to committee before, but also developing an investment plan for the Shared Prosperity Fund, which will be going in over the summer. So we'll be looking to make sure that we build in all of these opportunities, and clearly around a project like this, it ties in very well to our ambitions through Taste Cities in terms of clean growth, looking at low carbon, active travel, etc. So all of these funding opportunities, we're collating that, feeding that into the place plans, and absolutely will provide the support to the organisation.
Sorry, Alison, if that's okay, Provost. Yeah. From listening earlier on to Mr Gill, he mentioned about the land purchase has not been an issue because it's going to be staged, and he's not actually, I don't know if I can address him at the moment, but he's not actually considering that as probably part of the package he's putting forward here. So there seems to be a lot of talk about CPOs that maybe aren't an issue for this part of the funding. So I would like that clarified if you already know that part in the application, because he did mention that it wasn't a major part. Secondly, Alison, you're saying there are possibly other funding streams, but can you just confirm, is there anything that's going to give the likes of this size of funding that's available out there, because this is £15 million. I doubt very much there is. And also, just for a point of clarification on what Councillor Durno said earlier, the £212 million for the levelling up funding doesn't go to England, it is purely for Scotland. So this portion couldn't be lost to an English project. Can you just clarify that as well, please? Our understanding is this level up funding is purely for the Scottish projects.
I'm not in a position to confirm that, actually, Councillor Wan. It's not something I've looked at in any detail. In terms of the land and the CPO, then I think, as you heard from Mr Gill, there's options that the group could, fallback options, I think we would call them, in terms of if they're not able to acquire the land in relation to that. Sorry, I missed the first point. Was that for you, Alison?
I think also with the CPO part, though, he did say that that wasn't the biggest part of this application, and in some cases it's not actually part of the deliverable element of it. Well, because he did say that the funding, if I'm remembering correctly, wasn't dependent upon the land purchase to extend it, because it wasn't just a real extension.
Yeah, I think there are 12 components to the overall project. One of those 12 is the extension of the railway. But out of that 12, I think it's half, about 6 of the different components could potentially require a land acquisition or access rights. But some of those, as I say, do have fallback options.
Yeah, I think I understand it. Obviously, it is a project that could be phased. And certainly, if we're just from some very quick discussions we have, possibly looking at a first phase of around 12 million, would be something that could be delivered without the land purchase element of it. That's still a significant project. In terms of the funding that is available, no, you're right that right now there isn't another fund available. It would be looking at a range of different funds that could do that. You know, it may be something around active travel, there may be something else around the energy side of things. We would need to look to try and build up that picture, but as it stands at the moment, there isn't another fund of that scale.
So to be clear then, if we didn't as a council support this application, it's unlikely that there is another fund anywhere apart from the levelling up fund that will allow to deliver this project as a whole.
As at one time. Yeah.
Thanks, Provost. Question for Ian. Mr Gill thought that there wouldn't be requirement for a council resource in taking this bid forward. I was just wondering what you thought about that assumption, and if there is a requirement for such a resource, do we have that in place?
Yeah, just to clarify, what there would be a need for council resource, but what has been built into and I haven't seen the detail of this in terms of the assumptions, but Mr Gill mentioned that the total bid includes an allowance for council project management type input. The challenge I foresee there is not so much about the money. The challenge would be about getting the people, particularly for temporary posts. We are having huge issues, and some of that's actually referred to in later items on the agenda today. Huge issues in getting staff for full-time permanent posts. So even if the money is available, I do have some slight concerns about being able to get people in. Now, that's not to say that we couldn't buy those services in from private sector, accountancy and legal firms, etc. So that would be a secondary option. But it would still need some input from council officers, over and above that.
Any further questions? So we move on to comments. Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you, Provost. Feedback. Brechin Caledonian Railway is already an excellent draw for tourists and residents in Angus. It has a wide and varied programme of events which keeps people coming back year after year. Even the pandemic was not able to stop the exciting plans the volunteer group have for the future, and visitors will always see something new or improved since their last visit. Developing the line wouldn't just benefit tourism revenue from the railway and to Brechin, it will have secondary benefits for active travel. We are all aware the risk of which comes with signing off applications of various council committees. Part of the burden of leadership is making sure that the risk can be managed while pursuing real results for those we represent. It is not just a case of being a worried parent signing off on the bottom of a loan and then somehow forgetting about it. I expect the Council to work diligently with the team to make this a success for the whole of Angus. I expect all the councillors, the non-administrations, to do the same, and the members of the Brechin and Edzell. Indeed, I would expect every councillor around the table to put their backs into making this dazzling opportunity work for the whole of Angus. The people of Brechin, its surrounding of Angus as a whole, will recognise the railway as an excellent project which is here to stay with us. It's shown how Angus' own history can be an asset for the future. We should all be in support of this before the money disappears off the table and we are left wondering about what might have been. Thank you very much, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. I would also like to comment on this with the Brechin Caledonian Railway. I looked at this with great interest when I saw it come up on the agenda because many years ago I previously worked on the railway doing trolleys and buffet services between Bournemouth and Waterloo. Once the railway is a big family of people, and once you're into that, it kind of sticks with you, as with various other industries, Royal Mail, aviation, things like that. Outside of that, I think everyone, well, certainly from most of the people I went to school with, little boys grew up wanting to be train drivers or pilots or something like that, and I've no doubt that little girls had similar aspirations. When it comes to heritage railways in the UK, I think they're looked on with great affection by everyone, and they have a big following. The Swanage Railway in Dorset, for example, was part of the Beach and Cuts, along with many others, as was the West Somerset Railway down in Somerset, along with parts of the Strathspey Railway up by Aviemore. These are now run as heritage railways, and they bring in a substantial amount of money to the local economy. It's been worked out that between the Swanage Railway, the West Somerset Railway and the Strathspey Railway, with the figures that I've looked at, on an annual basis they bring in approximately upwards of £9 million to the local economy every year. I think this is a great aspirational project that would benefit massively by the levelling up funding provided by the UK government. In addition to that, in 2013, there was an all-party parliamentary group on specifically heritage rails looking at the report on the value of heritage railways. That report, having read through it, which was published in July 2013, showed that there was a great support for the heritage railways, where they worked out that on average for every £1 that was spent at a heritage railway, an additional £2.71 was spent in the local economy. Reconnecting Brechin with the mainline of Montrose eventually would be a fantastic thing. They could have visiting rolling stock that travel up and down the length of the country, making that all of a sudden Angus a massive destination, particularly for the railway. It would not just link Brechin and Montrose, but later further down the line you could link Arbroath with visiting to the Abbey or Carnoustie for golf. So I'm more than happy to recommend that everyone were to go with this ambitious project and support the bid for the levelling up funding.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gregg. Any further, Councillor Fairweather?
Thanks, Provost. I must say I'm struggling to make a decision on this. I'm not getting my head quite around 9.4, which has just disappeared off the screen. While the Brechin Caledonian Railway proposal would be a good application for levelling up funding, and then it's recommended that we don't agree it. It was also interesting to hear that the support by a number of MPs and MSPs. It is a very ambitious project, and like the council in their papers say, I fully commend that ambition. And I do believe that the tourism aspect would be beneficial to the whole of Angus. Risks, we've been there before that with a number of projects, but I fully understand the council position when we do have major challenges ahead. But can I point out the Montrose Playhouse success, where time and time again we had briefings where risks were put to councillors, and they've been all put to bed, and that success has gone forward. However, I do note that there are still questions, and Councillor MacDonald has alluded that this session has brought up some more. So it'll be still interesting to hear if there are any further comments.
Thank you. Councillor MacDonald.
Just going to say it's unusual for me and Councillor Fairweather to agree on things, but it's not. We actually agree on quite a lot, I think. Some of the initial comments are kind of worrying from my perspective, because the project's amazing. It's absolutely fantastic, of course it is. And as a Brecоner, originally, coming from Brecon, I know all about the Caledonian Railway and what it's all about. There's a Visit Angus video that's got 10 years ago that's got the Cali Railway on it, and it's got a boy in it mentioning the links to Montrose. You know, I've done my research on this as well. But we're sitting here with papers in front of us, with an officer recommendation, and this is what makes it really, really hard, because you want to support it, and the emotional part of you wants to go, yeah, this is phenomenal, we need to do it. But you get into the point where 2 primary schools are risk, potentially, as Ian Lorimer mentioned there. And in the current climate, we don't know how construction projects are going to, 3 years to spend this, and it all comes back on us if it goes, Angus Council, if it goes wrong. And that's what makes this really hard. And I think when I said about agreeing with Councillor Fairweather, it's a great project, but we can't support it. I think that's where I have to sit on it, because if it went wrong and didn't work, it's a different scale to the Playhouse project in Montrose. It's a different scale to some of the other stuff we've done. And we would literally have to decimate services, like completely, if we were on the hook for the money. So that's where I sort of sit on it. Initially when I saw it, I was really excited. I can grab the headlines, it's all great. But when you actually go into depth in the papers and see what we've got to bear the brunt of, if it doesn't quite work, for me, I'm not quite there with maybe Councillor Nicholl and Councillor Gregg.
Okay. Councillor Beattie? No, sorry, Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Provost, and I've listened very carefully to all the comments. It's a huge decision, and I wonder if it would be worth asking members if they would like a short adjournment just to fully consider the issues.
I personally think that's a good idea. Does everyone agree to that? So, Councillor Gregg?
Thank you, Professor. I just wanted to pick up on a point before you make a decision from Councillor MacDonald with regards to the comment that Ian Lorimer made about the £17 million, that wouldn't be that would be the cost of building 2 new schools, not putting 2 schools at risk.
Thank you. And I'm conscious that there was other hands up as well. We will go to recess. Sorry?
Motion of adjournment takes priority.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. And therefore, we're going for the adjournment.
Provost, just to assist members in terms of where they would wish to go. We've allocated some accommodation meeting room space for groups. So for the administration group, that's training room on the ground floor. For the opposition, it's the boardroom on the 2nd floor. And for the non-aligned, it's CLT room on the 2nd floor. And I'm quite willing to go upstairs to the 2nd floor just to make sure that members get to the right meeting room if they so wish.
Mr McCaskill, can I just comment that training room at the moment is got the next deputation sitting aside at the moment.
I'll speak to the deputation, maybe ask them if they could sit out at reception just for a few minutes. Thanks for that, Councillor Cheap.
And to confirm, we're going to go for a 20-minute recess because it's not as easy because we're spread out more here. So I'm going to go for a 20-minute recess. So we'll be back here at 10 past 4. 10 past 4. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, colleagues, for coming back after this recess. So we'll now move back on to item agenda number 8, the Levelling Up Fund for Brechin Caledonian Railway. And I ask all members to note 1 to 5 of the report. Is that noted?
So, sorry, Provost, were you not allowing comments to carry on? Or?
No, because we went to recess and correct me if I'm.
At that point, you said recess would happen, and then we'd do comments after.
I thought because the motion. My apologies if I got this wrong. Keep me right on that.
Provost, in terms of the order of business, members, if you so wish, want to ask questions, or whether you'd want members to go into formal debate, that still wouldn't preclude any members passing comment.
Okay, so you know, because I want to keep this as you know, as much and keep democracy going as well. So with that in mind, I'm sorry, my apologies, Councillor Mann. We will go for further comments. So, anyone want to make further comments? Councillor Mann. Oh, right, sorry, yes. Yes, it was Councillor Gall, my apologies.
Thank you, Provost. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Scotland has a tourist industry worth £11 billion per year, with Angus generating £240 million, £30 million of which visitors spend on accommodation alone, and supporting the equivalent of 4,000 jobs. Angus has everything from stunning award-winning beaches, the only grade land land in Scotland, right up to the rugged, untouched Angus Glens and everything in between, including renowned shooting, fishing and golf. Caledonian Railway Brechin has been run by volunteers since 1979 and has been vital in preserving what we see today, even after 170 years. A team of highly skilled, talented and motivated individuals have been successful in raising millions of pounds over the last 40 years to invest in improving the railways and infrastructure. This project offers so much, potentially connecting the once bustling railways, connecting inland Angus to the coast. Seeing this project supported would not only offer accessibility to thousands of Angus residents, but would also be a huge draw for visitors to our beautiful county, worth potentially millions annually, and transform this great Angus asset into a shining jewel in our crown. To conclude, it would be disappointing if the Rule and Administration Group that has promised to listen to the people of Angus didn't on this occasion, and given there are no other projects submitted for the Levelling Up funding to secure millions of pounds in Angus, I think this would be a great opportunity to be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost and Chair. Can I just, first of all, thank the council officers and local communities that were involved in the Phase 1 bids for the Showcases Street and Arbroath Courthouse project. They were excellent bids, which, as we know, unfortunately didn't win in this competitive process. However, there is a second phase, which is great news for this local authority areas who didn't already have a winner, and I believe we do have a great prospect before us. We as an opposition group have discussed this will be a free vote for our members. We will not be whipping anybody into voting one way or the other. But I believe, just to sum up, that the risk at this time to be minimal to Angus Council. This has got to go through a few stages before it actually gets to a conclusion and a decision on whether or not the money comes to this project. So on that basis, I know when Ian Lorimer gave us a briefing earlier, that even if we today supported this application, he could bring another paper at any time. He also still has to get information to conclude the first stage application. If today we agree to go forward with this and he doesn't have the information for the first stage application, I know a lot of folk want to shut us up, but I thought that was so even if we didn't get the information in time for the deadline to the stage 1 application closing date, you know, obviously it wouldn't go forward. I don't know what's happening here. Well, obviously the bid then couldn't be submitted for the UK government's approval. So today I really think that the question here is, do we support this fantastic project going forward to at least get it through stage 1? And as I said, and I'll reiterate again, Mr Lorimer did say to us that he can bring a paper with any concerns to a future council if he sees any other concerns in the further stages and the information that he's provided. Thank you.
Councillor Fairweather.
I think Councillor Vaughan said it all for me. I've already spoken to Councillor Vaughan and the others about my worries. So I had to go back and have a look at the papers. This is just to support the application, and as the Director of Finance has already said, that he can come back at any time. The timeline has been extended, but you can come back at another time with another report with any risks. So I don't think necessarily, if we throw this away today, we lose it. I think we should let it. Thinking now, I think we should look to support it, but in the future, if there are risks that are going to affect this council with our budget challenges coming forward, we can always turn around and say no. So that's my thoughts at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Fairweather. Any comments? Councillor Cheap.
Thanks, Provost. Just listening to what Councillor Wan and Councillor Fairweather have said, just in the on page 77, it does actually say for council to determine whether to support the application and authorise the Director of Finance to accept the terms and conditions. So I'm not quite sure if that's absolutely correct, what I'm hearing. You know, that if we have to accept all the terms and conditions that commit to the whole thing moving forward, and for the council to underwrite the full application and the costs.
Can you clarify this?
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, yes. We one of the pro formas that needs to go in with the application is a declaration that we've repeated the terms of that declaration within the report. So we would be accepting those terms, including the underwriting. The point I thought you were going to make, Councillor Cheap, was that the recommendation does say that if Council is authorising me to accept those terms and conditions, it would be subject to the receipt of all the various information, which the recommendation goes on to mention. So there is a subject to element to that recommendation. But to be clear, if the application is made, we are accepting those terms and conditions. And if UK Government then said that the application was successful, at that point we're committed.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Lorimer, could you just confirm, though, that you did say at the briefing that, you know, if it was successful in stage 1, was going to stage 2, if there were any other concerns or any other information wasn't made available, then stage 2 application couldn't be made, or you would bring it back to council, which in that then would void it going for any further forward. So really, today, we're not actually concerned about losing any money, because 1, the project hasn't won it, and 2, we're only at stage applications. So if the information is not available, you won't be able to make the application. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we need to have enough information to make the application and to sign off those terms and conditions. But I probably need to clarify what was said at the briefing. The point I was making about bringing a further report was not just an ordinary report. It was a statutory officer report where I would be raising my concerns as the statutory finance officer about the level of risk potentially not being at a satisfactory level. There is no two-stage on this. We make an application, and certainly what happened with levelling up phase 1. The application's made, and then the next thing that those that were successful or unsuccessful was the decision made. So there isn't it's not like Regeneration Capital Grant Fund, for example, where there's a two-stage process. This would be an application, and then our expectation is that we would either be successful, in which case we're signed up, or unsuccessful, in which case we're not. Okay, and just a further clarification, okay? But on the basis that today we could make a decision to support the application, but if you get to let's say the original date of the 6th, let's just say it's still the 6th of July, and on the Thursday, or the day before that, the 5th, you don't have that information, that application then can't be made. Is that correct? That would be the position, assuming members agree what's in the recommendation in that regard. So it's a subject to all of that information being available. And also, what it also says is me being satisfied that the scheme cost estimates quoted in the bid are accurate, because that's something I have to personally sign off on. So we've still got that security that even if we agree today and the application
information wasn't 100%, the application would not be made. So we're not actually agreeing today that at the end of the day that it will be submitted, because you've still got that final say. There would be no point in submitting an application, am I correct, if the information wasn't there, because it would be thrown out.
That would be the be the position. It puts me in a pretty invidious position, I would suggest, Councillor Vaughan, but yes.
Councillor Cheap.
Can I just come back and follow up on that? Well, that's all very well what I'm hearing, but it doesn't take away the risk of the whole project if it proceeds regardless. So I don't think that changes anything from what I'm hearing. At the end of the day, once we sign up, and it's still the risk overall is still there, which would then fall on the council if anything should go wrong in the process thereon.
Councillor Fairweather.
Yeah, just quickly. I mean, my thoughts are if the government come back and say no, that's fine. But if the government come back and have done the due diligence on this and say it's a good project and can go forward, surely then they're pretty confident that this is going to happen.
If I could comment on that one.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Provost, thank you. Yes, we would expect UK government to do a level of diligence on this, but ultimately they would not be sitting with the risk of cost overruns or issues on the project. That in terms of how this works and the terms and conditions, that would sit with us. So in a way, it's perhaps easier for government to say, yeah, that's okay. Now, I would think they would want to be assured that the project was deliverable and sensible and would meet the various criteria. But ultimately, the fallback position comes back to Angus Council.
Councillor Speed.
Absolute clarity in terms of the terms and conditions. Is there no way at all that within that it can be written in that should should things go wrong, should timescales not be met, should the project be, not be delivered or costs go up too much, is there no way that there can be kind of conditions built in with Mr Gill that that it's not the council that would be liable for those financial costs and Mr Gill and Caledonia Railway could ensure that they pay back any monies? Is that something that's possible?
Yes, thanks. I think what we would need to have, and we've done this I think on other projects, is we would look to step down some of the obligations that are passed on to the council onto in this case the Caledonian Railway. But we have to remember it's a charity. It has, it's reasonably financially healthy, but we're talking about an £18 million or £17.5 million project here. The organisation would be unlikely to be able to manage all of that risk exposure, from their own resources. So yes, we would look to have a kind of back-to-back agreement if this was to go forward. But there are some limitations in terms of how much cover, I suppose, that could give the council.
And my apologies, I know I'm not giving a fair crack of it for everyone here.
Okay, it's because I'm stuck in the corner, you see, I'm stuck out here. While the project sounds really exciting to me, I mean, I think for anyone reading it, it is a very exciting project. However, the risks associated with it, I think, for me, are unacceptable. I think we've got to remember who this would affect. If the project didn't reach its goals and Angus Council then had to come and bail it out, who's that going to affect? It's going to affect the most vulnerable within Angus. We would have to look at, I suppose, cutting services, quite a lot of services. And let's face it, when you cut services, it's not those who are financially affluent that affects. It affects the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. And I think Councillor Meehan made a very good point that I was going to make. But I think I was going to say, I guess like most members, I've been aware of the efforts of the many volunteers over the years in running and improving the Brecon Caledonian Railway. It's a valuable community activity and a significant tourist attraction. The Levelling Up Fund bid does, however, place the council finances in considerable jeopardy. It's a complicated series of projects which need to be completed in a very tight timescale in a period of very significant inflation. The council would be exposed for paying for cost overruns for projects under the control of a third party, and frankly that's unacceptable. A reading of report 17822, which is item 12 on today's agenda, lays bare the council's difficult financial position, and further risks would be unwelcome. And as Councillor Meehan said, if there's an overrun here, that will have knock-on effects on other council services and might well affect the most vulnerable in our society. We've asked questions about land ownership and extension. I hear Councillor Gall still talking about a link to the main line, which seemed to be not what Mr Gill was talking about in the short term, and I'm not terribly clear what extension makes sense if the neighbouring landowners don't want to sell, and there's quite a significant amount of money against that element of the project. So I'm a little bit confused. That doesn't all add up. If we were to do that, we would need planning permission, land purchase, and all the rest of it. And if we have unwilling sellers, that would add to the time. So I think, regrettably, we can't take a risk on this. I think that, as Mr Lorimer has articulated, the risk falls on Angus Council, not the UK government. They will give a fixed amount of money, and if anything goes wrong, we have to pick up the extra money, and we're not in a position to do that. So for me, the risk is too great. It's a great project. For me, I would disaggregate these projects and do them one by one. I think then the risk is much lower, and I'm sure there are funding sources that would support them if they're good projects, and some of them look very good. But trying to do them all at one time in a very short period of time when we've got rampant construction inflation just seems like a foolhardy exercise for me.
Anyone else from? No? Councillor Scott.
I've just heard Councillor Speed ask the question about terms and conditions, and Mr Lorimer answered that you could put in step down, but then I've just listened to Councillor Duff and Councillor Meehan saying, so how we don't know how much the risk is, essentially. I'm a lady of a certain age. Cali Railway's been around since I was 6. Very successful, has a huge skill set. I just think this is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Every other council in Scotland, up and down, the whole 32 of us, we're all in the same position. There isn't, a lot of money to go around. Yet yesterday, I think Maury signed off on a similar one, which was 18.9 million or something. Do we really want to be the county that doesn't go forward with this? Because I'm listening to Mr Lorimer. You can bring, I know that it's obviously we don't want to put it all on you, but if it is too risky, you can come back and give us a report. So I can't understand why anybody wouldn't actually support this opportunity today, and that allows you to get the more information and come back to us if needs be. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. In addition to what Councillor Scott has just said, there are councils up and down the country that are accepting these applications and successfully doing so, albeit under the same financial burden as ourselves. I am still keen to see it go ahead in the current form. I understand the risks, but I believe that the long-term benefits to our local economy would far outweigh those risks. Judging by the comments, it's looking like it perhaps may not be supported, which is unfortunate, but so as not to lose out on any funding from the UK government and the support that they're offering. If perhaps the Caledonian Railway were to come back with a slimmed down version, would, as the Finance Director, would they be more likely to support that?
possibly we'd need to see the detail. And although there's a bit more time now, we don't know exactly how long a bit more time in terms of making an application. There's not a lot of time to pull that together. So I'm not able to give any kind of assurance one way or the other until I need to see what the detail is. We need to work our way through that, and there's very, very little time to do that now.
And sorry, can I ask a question of our legal department? Would that mean that pulling us all back in to a further council meeting to discuss the material, in my trying to put in council speak, material change or not? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here.
Not at all, Provost. In terms of it, it would depend what members agree in relation to the recommendation, and it would depend on what Mr Lorimer's advice was. It may be that he would prefer that if there was a material change, that members came back and made the decision, rather than the responsibility being placed on an officer to do that, and that would make sense. Would you concur, Ian?
Yes, I think I agree with you there. That it would be better for the matter to be considered by council. There's already quite a lot of this in terms of accepting the terms and conditions, and some of the personal things I need to sign off on this that is making me a little bit uncomfortable relative to where we are. So if there was to be a change to the scope, I would rather that was considered by council.
Understandably. Thank you. Councillor Cheap.
Thanks, Provost. I think from my own point of view, I went into this with great enthusiasm in my thoughts for the project, because I've been behind lots of volunteer projects in my past before, and I know what it needs and what it requires to get support from other bodies. But to be fair, this afternoon, the fire on this for me went out when Mr Gill said that that there was no real plan in place to take this railway to Montrose. That was it for me. When I first read all of this, I thought I could see, anybody could see the economic benefits that could come from linking this railway through to Montrose. I'm not sure about the idea of just saying, well, if we can't get that, we'll go to Arbroath. Don't get that. But the fact that that's not part of this, and it can't be done as part of this project, for me, it's 15-18 million pounds on expanding the radius what's coming out of Brechin at the moment, just to extend what Brechin Caledonian Railway does at the moment anyway. So I don't want to be down on that, but that was the main driver for me to back this, was to actually get this to Montrose. And there's too many things in the way, and now it doesn't seem it's even part of the whole overall plan. I think on all of this as well, we have to make a decision today on this, and I am one who will listen to a senior council officer who has significant concerns on the implications for this council during the time. And on that, and listen to what I've heard on the proposal today and what Mr Lorimer has said, I wouldn't be able to support it, I'm afraid.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm going to have one last comment, and then we'll move on to moving forward. And that last comment comes from local Brechin councillor Jill Scott.
Thank you, Provost. David, you're saying that the railway would do what they do already, but without access to the funding, they wouldn't be. I mean, they can fit 2 coaches, 2 buses. That's all they can fit in right now. When a train comes in, when tourists come in, it's 13 coaches. So they only fit 2 in. So it would expand it massively what they can do if we were to go with this. It's not about connecting to the main line. They parts, well, for you, maybe it was, but I think we've heard from Mr Gill that it wasn't. And it would massively increase what they can do, and they do massive amounts right now. Like, obviously, I live in Brechin. I'm Brechin born and bred, so I see everything that Cali Railway does. I mean, to have, Warner Brothers give them the licence for Polar Express was massive. 5,000 people came into Brechin, last Christmas. The buzz was absolutely amazing. So they could expand on what they do. So it's not just all about the main line. So I'm disappointed to hear you say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We're ready to move to recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr Gill, for your presentation, and thanks for all the comments. It's clear that there's quite a lot of affection for this project throughout the Council, and indeed I'm very supportive of it in principle as well. From the information we've heard today, though, and taking into account the onerous conditions imposed on the Council by the terms and conditions of the Levelling Up Fund, I think it would be a dereliction of duty to expose the Council to this risk at this time. I don't think it's the fact that we don't support the bid. I think it's the fact that the project is not yet ready to bid that's the problem. I would sincerely hope that the Council continues to offer support to help the ambitious plans be realised in the future, whether it's in the next round of the Levelling Up Fund or through other funding options. But I do agree that there's all sorts of council services that could be put at risk if we go ahead with this at this point. And I just remind councillors, it's our duty as a council to take difficult decisions. It's not what is the point of us if we are going to pass difficult decisions on to officers? They're giving us very, very clear advice here, and it's our duty to listen to that advice and take a decision. I propose that we do not support the application at this time, and note that there may be an opportunity to support the project with a future application to the Levelling Up Fund, or support some of the planned developments through other external funding opportunities. Thank you.
Sorry, you're going for option B, and do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Beattie. What? Yes, no, I think what happens then is that that's the option we're going for, and therefore I'll first of all say, so that's the, you're proposing this, and Councillor Beattie is seconding this. I think I'm under the impression, unless you want to say any more, you'll now, so you don't want to say any more than what you said to getting to that, but your seconder will now say something. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Provost. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that this bid to the Levelling Up Fund really demonstrates the ambitions of the Caledonian Railway. I mean, the capital projects that tick all the boxes of things that we want to see in our community. Event spaces, heritage centre, opportunities for research into alternative fuel for railways, a turntable for the steam engine, infrastructure repairs that would remove some of the burden from Angus Council, new active travel benefits, better accessibility to the sites at Brechin and the Bridge of Dun, and plans for a future, perhaps, connection to the mainline rail service at Montrose. I mean, all of these individually and collectively would be a great benefit to Brechin and to Angus as a whole. Improved tourism, increased footfall, and a way to tie in and support the likes of the Townhouse Museum and the Brechin Cathedral. All of these are positives, but we've been briefed today by officers, and we've heard of the risks involved. I mean, there are 12 projects, and the funding has to be spent by March or May the 25th. That only leaves 32 months to deliver 12 capital projects, and some of these are big projects. The terms and conditions of the fund state that any overspend would have to be met by Angus Council. Now, as Councillor Duff mentioned earlier on, we need to consider this bid in terms of in the context of Agenda Item 12 today, the report on risks that we're going to be looking at later. And then also in the context of our decision last week on Moneyfield High School. I mean, there's many things that we as a council just don't know about this. Okay? We don't know the full extent of our financial position until later in the year. We don't know the full cost of the Moneyfield Learning Centre. We don't know the outcome of the pay award that's pending. Okay? This sure to cost us millions more than we already budgeted for. We don't know the impact of inflation, even in general terms or in terms of our energy costs. I mean, these are just some of the things that we've identified that we just don't know yet. But there's other elements that we don't know and that we have no control over. Some of the projects will require planning permission. We know that the planning process can be lengthy for large projects. There could well be planning or legal challenges which would delay the projects by an unknown timescale. There's also the potential for the requirement of, say, environmental impact assessments, which would mean ecological surveys. And these are carried out over unspecified lengths of time, but at specific times of the year. We just don't know. Now, there are still issues in supply chain for materials across the country. And that's, again, potentially more delays. We're all aware of rail-related projects in other areas where the costs have spiraled far beyond what was anticipated So there are clear risks in terms of finances and time constraints. And, you know, we've covered this a lot today. Any overspend would have to be met from our already stretched finances. Now, we've heard that the levelling up fund is not the only way that some of these projects can be delivered. True, it provides the finance required in a neat, consolidated package, but it's not the only way that some of these projects can be funded. Active travel projects are being supported by the Scottish Government. The low carbon element can potentially be funded with Scottish enterprise involvement, and connection, you know, perhaps in the future to the rail line, that could be explored with Network Rail. We'd have to sign off on that anyway. And, you know, these are just a few examples. And there is always the potential to submit a levelling up fund bid next year with perhaps an amended set of plans. You know, we've had more time to consider and properly examine. Okay, and we'll have a much better grasp of the financial position there. So, I mean, I accept that what I'm saying will be disappointing to many people, especially to the people of Brechin, especially when, you know, like the SNP group promised ambition for Angus. But this administration also promised the people of Angus that we would be prudent. And if we supported this bid today in full knowledge of the precarious financial position that we and many of our constituents are in, and acknowledge the risks ahead of us, then we would not be being prudent at all. And I don't feel that, as it is right now, that this bid can be supported.
Thank you. So are we, correct me if I'm wrong, have we done all the notes so far? Sorry? Is there any amendments? There is, my apologies. Councillor Wan.
I would like to propose an amendment that we do support this application, and after hearing from Councillor Beattie in the corner there, we've heard all the risks. I think he spent a little bit more time giving us all the positives. He mentioned that the SNP administration are going to be ambitious. Well, let's be ambitious. Let's do this project. This is to get the application in. If Mr Lorimer is not satisfied that all the information is there by the deadline of the application is then not made because there is insufficient information to progress it. That's what we're looking at today. Let's look at this. Let's do what's right for Angus.
And do you have a seconder for that?
Councillor
Craig?
Yeah.
Can you get a point of clarification at this point?
Yes.
What's being suggested, Ian, is, I don't know, unprecedented from your perspective. What we're effectively doing is utilising a mechanism, as I understand it, that is to stop us making bad decisions and using you through this amendment to do so. Has this been done at Angus Council before, and is it something that you a position you should be put in as part of the general debate?
It's maybe just a question of interpretation. My understanding of what Councillor Wan is looking to do is effectively and maybe this needs to be clarified, is recommendation 5A, so that the application would go in subject to me getting the various information, etc., etc. That was, I'm assuming that's what Councillor Wan means, but perhaps we can clarify. Sorry, 6. Can't. It's embarrassing, isn't it? 6A.
I can clarify that that's exactly what I mean. Thank you.
So we're going to the vote of the motion being 6B.
If there's any more speakers, and then Councillor Whiteside, as holder of the motion, has the opportunity, if she so wishes, to sum up, and then we will go to the vote, Provost.
So, any further speakers? Sorry, yes.
Perhaps not what would be the ideal, but if we could perhaps defer and call a special meeting, given that there is some additional time to consider and work on the application, and perhaps for officers and Mr Gill to provide more information. Is that something that's possible?
Correct me if I'm wrong, from my knowledge, would that be seen as a further amendment?
I think in terms of the practicalities and procedure today, Provost, we're dealing with one motion and one amendment.
Okay.
If Councillor Speed is moving a further amendment in terms of deferral, we would take that after this vote, but I think I would defer to Mr. Lorimer just in case there were any potential issues in terms of the application process by delaying the decision today and deferring to a council meeting that we have yet to establish the date for that.
Thank you, Provost. As I mentioned earlier, the timescales for submission are indeterminate. We do not know what the date is. It wouldn't be before, unless the portal was opened this afternoon, it wouldn't be before the 15th of July. So any deferral would be by a matter of, I guess, only a few days, thinking about the period for notice of calling council meetings, etc. So a deferral would only by a matter of days, I would think. But it's difficult because we don't actually have a firm end date.
Yeah, it's a bit like the passport office and everyone moving things back and moving things back and moving things back, and we can't, in my opinion. Also, I'm not allowed to have an opinion. We can't run the council like that. In my, okay. Councillor Durno.
I just want to make a quick comment that we're away to face the hardest economic problems we've ever had since the war. And I don't think my constituents in Arbroath would actually like myself to support this. I think it's a fantastic project. I've been on the train myself. I just think it's the wrong time at the moment. We don't know what we're coming up against, as in equipment, everything. You know, everything's up in the air. And I don't think in Arbroath we're away to have major problems there, finances with other things that we're doing. So I don't think I can support this project at the moment, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Provost,
yes.
Just quickly to reply to that, I can't understand, I can't see how it's got anything to do with the fact that we're speaking about a levelling up fund coming from from the UK government at £18 million. What's that's got to do with anything regarding the finances as all councils stand at this present time?
Well, I can't put words in Councillor Durno's mouth, but it was a bit back to what they were saying, is that if we agree on this could in turn maybe affect the most vulnerable in the society. I think that's, as was mentioned during the debate, Councillor Fairweather. So, are we therefore moving to the vote?
Councillor Whiteside, if you wish to sum up.
Thank you. Very briefly, I'd just like to remind councillors it's our duty as a council to take the difficult decisions, and it's, in my opinion, a dereliction of duty to expose the council to this risk.
Thank you, Provost. The motion by Councillor Whiteside, seconded by Councillor Beattie, is that this council does not support the application at this time. The amendment by Councillor Wan, seconded by Councillor Gregg, is that this council supports the application as detailed in recommendation 6A. Please vote motion or amendment. Provost.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Beattie.
Motion.
Councillor Bell.
Motion.
Councillor Cheap.
Motion.
Councillor Cowdy.
Motion.
Councillor Doran.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Durno.
Motion.
Councillor Fairweather.
Amendment.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gall.
Amendment.
Councillor Gregg.
Amendment.
Councillor MacDonald.
Motion.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meehan.
Motion.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl. Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Scott.
Amendment.
Councillor Shepherd.
Motion.
Councillor Speed. Councillor Stewart.
Amendment.
Councillor Wan.
Amendment.
And Councillor Whiteside. Provost is an equality of votes, 12 votes for the motion, 12 votes for the amendment. You have a casting vote.
I was sticking with my original motion.
So that's one additional vote for the motion. The motion is carried, 13 votes to 12.
Special counsel will be called once we know if the timescales for application, which is still unknown, would perhaps provide the opportunity to gather more information, because there does seem to be throughout this debate that there is differences of understanding and interpretation of the report, and also what's possible in terms of terms and conditions and liability to the council that actually perhaps could indeed fall to Mr Gill and Caledonia Railway. Is that possible, please?
Yep. Officers?
The council has just taken a decision. I think if you had the motion or an amendment in terms of deferral had been put to the vote initially, in light of that, the 6 month rule would apply. So the council has now taken a decision.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you not say, though, that we would vote on the amendment and the motion and then bring the other one?
That's correct.
So that's our understanding, and it's a bit disappointing if that's not how we were, well, how we picked it up. It's maybe us being silly.
In terms of procedure, I'm clear that the council has taken a decision, but if we would like to have maybe a 5-minute adjournment to just take some advice so we can report back to members on that.
Yep. Happy with that? Everyone happy with that? Absolutely. We've reached the time where it's 3 hours into the meeting, so I bring forward that we take recess now and then come back thereafter. Is everyone... Sorry.
Probably not in terms of recess, I think. Could we just clarify
Yes.
if the live stream is on first, because we're taking decisions?
Right, okay.
Yeah, yes, just point of clarification. It's in terms of the 3-hour rule, Provost. So as it's coming to 5 o'clock, I think you were going to ask the council to extend the meeting beyond the 3-hour rule, and as a matter for the council to determine whether it's to a specific time or to the duration of the business. So I think probably it's for yourself to ask members to extend the meeting now, because it's coming to 5.
Okay. And does it go into recording first?
The meeting is being recorded.
Right, thank you. So I request that we go into a recess because of the 3-hour rule.
Provost, could I just clarify? It's extending the meeting beyond the 3 hours.
Sorry, we extend the meeting, but and we will reconvene in 20 minutes' time. But we just continue now. My apologies, sorry.
Provost, through you. In terms of clarification, I think that the meeting was adjourned for officers to discuss in terms of procedure. And my apologies to elected members. Councillor Speed, could you confirm if you are formally moving an amendment to defer consideration of the report to a special council meeting?
Of the timescales in terms of...
Could I just make sure that I'm clear as to terms of the wording of your amendment, so we're all clear as to what we're voting on?
So yeah, I'm deferring that we did. I'm proposing that we defer and then call a special council meeting once we are aware of the timescales with regards to the funding application, and also to gather more information.
Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Doran.
If I could, through yourself, Provost,
Yes.
just clarify that in terms of that may be very challenging, just so members are aware, in relation to the timescales, as Mr Lorimer has pointed out, and also the required timescales in terms of calling a meeting and preparing the report.
Provost, will we go to the vote?
Yes.
So the substantive motion was by Councillor Whiteside, seconded by Councillor Beattie, is that the Council does not support the application at this time. The amendment by Councillor Speed, seconded by Councillor Wan, is that Council defers consideration of the report and calls a special meeting of Angus Council to determine the matter.
Donald, sorry, can I apologise? I stuck my hand up too quick, but it was actually Councillor Dorn that seconded it.
We'll now go to the vote. Provost.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Beattie. Motion. Councillor Bell. Motion. Councillor Cheap. Motion. Councillor Cowdy. Motion. Councillor Doran.
Motion. Oh, amendment, sorry.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Darno. Councillor Fairweather. Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gall. Councillor Gregg. Councillor MacDonald.
Motion.
Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meechan.
Motion.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl. Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Scott.
Amendment.
Councillor Shepherd.
Motion.
Councillor Speed. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Wan. And Councillor Whiteside.
Motion.
12 votes for the motion, 12 votes for the amendment, and the quality of votes. Provost, do you have a casting vote?
Motion.
13 votes for the motion. The substantive motion is carried.
Yes.
I'm just wanting to know, are we suspending standing orders and carrying on till this meeting finishes this agenda?
No, I think we're now moving on.
Yes, we are.
I thought we must be. We're suspending standing orders and we're going to finish.
Yes, I was going to, don't worry, I'm getting confused.
No, just needed that answer. Thanks.
So on to item 9, and it's the review of the scheme of established of community councils. The recommendations are to approve the draft revised scheme annexed in Appendix 1 to this report and to note, if approved, that the revised scheme will come into effect on 1st of August 2022. Are these agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Hybrid model options for future committee meetings. The recommendations are, there is a three for us to consider, so I think we'll go straight on, because of the timescales, we'll go straight on to asking the leader. Oh, sorry. Manpower, sorry. Officers are wanting to speak first. My apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, members. There's been a series of reports dating back to June 2021 in relation to the delivery of future council and committee meetings through a hybrid or remote model. And this report that you have before you today includes a detailed options appraisal around this. Officers from IT, property and legal and democratic services have been involved in the development and appraisal of the options. At the council meeting in March this year, members gave council officers further input around preferences for location of future meetings, and therefore, based on input from this and previous meetings, various options have been developed and are detailed in Appendix 1. These show possible technical solutions as well as consideration of which buildings could be suitable for hosting future meetings or developing into an established chamber. The various audio-visual and physical location options were assessed for compatibility, and then finally a number of compatible options have been recommended to you. 3 options have been recommended for consideration by members. However, it may be that members wish to consider some of the other options highlighted in the appraisal document in more detail, and the decision on which option to pursue lies with members. Unfortunately, Steve Leslie from IT, who is the co-author of the report, is unwell, and therefore he's unable to attend today. Gavin Balfour, however, is here, and he's going to take you through the options appraisal, and then we'll be happy to take any questions from you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. And thank you, everyone, for taking the time to listen to me. Maybe move this over here. So the options appraisal is in Appendix 1. In your papers, pages 138 to 157. There are also proposed layouts on pages 158 and 159. The options appraisal was carried out in accordance with our options appraisal guidance. And as Sharon indicated, 3 of these options are recommended. I'll briefly explain why these options were recommended, and just point out that the options appraisal does explain why other options were not recommended. So option 1 was that we have fully remote meetings with no council chamber. That is the option that was already in place in terms of us using Microsoft Teams, and it would see us operate as we did throughout the pandemic, fully remote meetings. It requires no costs to continue to do this. However, it does not allow any group attendance in a full attendance like this, nor does it offer a dedicated meeting space for members. It would continue to require internal resources to deliver the live streams for each meeting. However, it offers the greatest reduction in building costs, carbon emissions and travel costs as well. We'll have option 2, which is hybrid meetings from a new audio-visual solution, managed by a third party, and that would be based within the existing council chamber at the Town and County Hall. This option would continue with a dedicated meeting area. As I say, in the existing chamber, it would have fixed audio-visual equipment, and it would be used solely for council meetings, as is current practice, or pre-pandemic. This would improve members' wishes to attend physically, and potentially in large numbers by using new slimline furniture. It would also provide a good viewing experience for the public. It would allow hybrid meetings in that anyone could either attend in in person, or remotely from any location. So in reality, the chamber would very rarely be fully occupied, which hopefully addresses some of the concerns about the size. The implications around staff resource would be much less for this option than others, due to it being fully managed by the supplier. This would not require business support staff to deliver live streams. The public viewer experience for this option is excellent, and as well as good quality audio and visual output. Meeting recordings would be easier to track, and papers would be available alongside the recordings. The option would require capital expenditure, but allow available space at Angus House to potentially generate income, and as a result offer a significant revenue saving. The council's carbon footprint would also see a significant decrease, and it maintains a presence in the centre of town with good public transport links, certainly for most boroughs. And finally, option 3, which is again a hybrid meeting solution, using a new audio-visual product, fully managed by a third party, but that would be in a council chamber in Angus House, which is where we're sitting today. This option would establish a meeting area and working area in Angus House and operate the same system as option 2. I won't go into the details of the benefits of that. The public viewer experience, again, as option 2, is excellent, as is the audio-visual output. The meetings would be easier to track. Papers would be available alongside the recording. This option would allow council officers to use the space out with committee days. The proposal is that the space would just be available on the Tuesdays and Thursdays that the committee would use the space. It does require the highest capital expenditure, and it does deliver the smallest revenue savings. The council's carbon footprint would also see the smallest decrease. The property costs for the town and county would fall to the Forford Common Good until an alternative future use for the building could be found, which at this point, I think we've been quite clear in the paper, we've not explored that option at present. That concludes my short brief. Again, thank you for your time, and happy to take any questions.
Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Provost. A couple of questions. Why are the recommendations as they are? The default position pre-council was council meetings, no recording, and council asked to investigate recording. But there's not an option to go back to council business, no recording. And for the benefit of newer members, that might be an option I would have thought that they might want to consider, which has not even been looked at. The second one relates to the options appraisal and the designation that remains dependent on YouTube, with which we have no official contract for streaming and hosting, which to a layman like me would seem like a positive, a global platform that people know how to work and access and use, that costs no money and is free and is dead simple, and people are watching us on now, is down as a disadvantage. And there are a few in there in the disadvantaged section that, you know, I think could maybe go both ways, you know. So how do we come to the conclusions on the disadvantages and also my first point?
Yeah, so there's a few questions in there. I'll talk about the first one, which was, I think, why was the option of the status quo pre-COVID of having the council chamber with no recording? I think the reason we don't have that in there as an option is because what we've heard from previous council meetings, committee discussions, that, you know, we heard that hybrid, or at least the recording and streaming was seen as a good thing. And I think certainly at the meeting of the 24th, we very much heard that the Town and County Hall was not fit for purpose at all. So that's the reason that that was discounted. I think the next point perhaps was on the YouTube. So maybe Sharon can answer.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor MacDonald. Yes, in terms of YouTube, we don't have a contract, as was stated, with YouTube, and they could at any time decide that they no longer wish to host our videos on their site, and therefore there would be no access for the public to our videos, our live stream or our videos. So if a member of the public wanted to go back in at some time and look at that thereafter, they wouldn't be able to do that. And that, that's something that could happen really at any time, and that's the reason that YouTube is really not a sustainable solution in the future.
Councillor Durno?
And had meetings with like 20 odd councillors from all over Scotland on a Teams meeting, and it worked fine. Why can't we just do a Teams meeting on the screen here, and people that can't come can come in, you know, can come in via Teams, and we're watching them on Teams? And why does it cost £123,000? That's what I can't figure out.
We'll talk about the system first. No, well, I'm trying to think which option is the 123,000, but the costs are certainly split in two. If we're looking at having a chamber, we need to think about furniture, because one, there is no furniture here. This furniture is borrowed, so we need to purchase, be it chairs. You know, these chairs are already earmarked for elsewhere. Those tables come from Arbroath Academy. They're exam desks. There would be work to do to, you can see all the trailing cables.
Yeah.
So we need to do work to the electrical boxes to make sure that, you know, that we didn't have these tripping hazards. What else? That's certainly some of the costs. And then we've got the cost of the hybrid system itself. So what Teams doesn't allow you to do is have people sitting in a room like this and then have that people on a screen full. Sorry, this is not my expertise. No. I'm not the IT guy, but...
Well, basically, you wouldn't all be able to sit in the room with Teams because you would have feedback. You know, everybody would have feedback from each other. You wouldn't be able to do in that way with having so many in the room. You can have a hybrid solution with around 8 people in a room, and we have some of our committee room, our rooms set up, training rooms set up with hybrid equipment, so that smaller groups can actually meet in that way. But a large group such as this wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, well, I've actually been in Moray Council Chamber when they've had people on the screen from the Northern Isles or whatever, and I just think you should just ask them how they do it, because it was perfect.
Yeah, I think they'll have a hybrid system.
They have a hybrid system. They have the fully managed system that we are proposing.
If we could get that, that would be brilliant.
That's what we're proposing in the paper.
Yeah. Okay. And just one thing about the costs as well, if I can just add, that whilst there is capital investment, all of the options do deliver an ongoing revenue saving, so there are different payback periods.
Okay, thanks
Councillor Bale.
Yeah, thank you. Got a red light. Got a green light for it.
Okay. That's it now, good. Yeah, I was attending my very first NHS Tayside Board meeting yesterday, and it was a hybrid model through the Surface Hub concept, and it worked really well. And my attendance at Public Health Scotland meeting on Wednesday likewise was a hybrid model. So I think whatever solution we come to, I'm really keen to see that accessibility, which allowed members of the public and reporters to attend. I think that's absolutely critical. We really need to move with the times, and I'm very mindful of savings and the carbon savings as well. So I would really urge all of us to consider this in the round, so that you know, councillors who are not as able perhaps to attend or who have other commitments can do so by using that hybrid model. It's actually really important that we need to flex in response to not just our environment and pandemic related issues, but changing demographics of who we want to stand as councillors in the future. It's really important. Thanks.
Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks. I think the report raises quite a few questions that we maybe don't have the answers for. Some of the financial arguments are predicated on us being able to rent out this space, for example. Do we have any indication that there are people willing and ready to do that? Has there been any research done into other uses for the town county halls, and have we spoken to event organisers, etc.? I'm just wondering if we're quite ready to make a decision about the big capital spend that would be involved in either option. And I'm also a little bit puzzled at why it's so much more expensive, the furniture for this option compared to the town and county hall.
So you're bringing in a deferral?
Well, we can maybe answer the questions.
All right, sorry. Yep, okay.
So I'll maybe do the questions in reverse order because I can't remember the first one. In reverse order, the question was, why is the furniture more expensive here than it is at the town and county hall? So firstly, the cost is not just at the furniture, about the furniture, it's also about some of the work we need to do, be it electrical boxes, things like that. In this building, we need to purchase everything new, but because we're going to use this space as a dual purpose, so it will be for elected members on committee days, but it will also be for officers out with committee days. That means that the furniture we need to provide is bigger. It involves chairs such as the fully adjustable ones that we're sitting on here. When we look at the chamber back at the town county hall, the furniture we're going to use there is going to be smaller because the space is smaller. These kind of chairs are too big for that space, so the chairs would be smaller too. Overall, you're looking at, the cost of the furniture is less, but equally there are far less floor boxes at the town and county hall. So there wouldn't be so many alterations there, and we really don't want to make too many alterations because it's a broadloom carpet rather than floor tiles. So if you start cutting holes in broadloom carpet, you're just left with a hole rather than easily replacing a carpet tile. Question 2 was...
About the financial assumptions. I mean, we're paying a rental for the town and county hall. We're not for here. We're assuming, I think, in the report that we would get rental income from another party. But do we have any indication that there are people out there?
Right. So there's no doubt about it. Office accommodation is not required as much as pre-COVID, which is why we have that space ourselves. However, where there is demand for office space, it's for modern, accessible office space like we have in this building. The offering in Forford very much is smaller offices on first floors, not accessible. We've had previous success in leasing the St Margaret's House and also William Wallace House. So whilst we have no guarantee that we could lease out the space, I think it's a far better prospect than the ideas we have for the Town and County Hall. Now, the Town and County Hall, we haven't carried out an options appraisal there. We would need to do that. We also need to bear in mind that that's a common good building, so any potential future use would mean that Section 104 of the Community Empowerment Act would need to do community consultation, and on top of that, before we got permission to do anything, there's a potential implication of going to court, like we had to do at the Leisure Centre, to get permission to do something. So
If I can just come back on that, the fact that we haven't done an options appraisal is maybe an argument for not making a decision today and considering the options.
The time.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. Thank you for your presentation. Elaine Whitted was kind enough to show myself and a couple of other councillors around the county building this morning, as we have never physically seen it before. And it's my understanding that quite a considerable amount of money has previously and quite recently been spent on that building. An advantageous part of during lockdown is that it was empty, so it allowed that work to be carried out. I'm very keen to go along with my other members with the hybrid option. I feel that that is the best option to kind of go for, to accommodate both the space and also other people's commitments, and then the ability to bring people in and out, whether their locality makes that sort of relevant. As a Forfar councillor, I also take great interest because it's in my ward and it is part of the common good here. On speaking to Elaine Whitted today, she explained to me that generally the plan would be that if we were to go with that option, that on a Tuesday and a Thursday, so for committee and full council meetings, the building would, that's the only time it would be in use. And I think that having the council meetings and things there would be beneficial because, as you have said here, this is a more likely space to be able to rent out for, as it's a more modern building, has more modern facilities. And it's also with the county building being a cheaper option. With it only being open on the Tuesday and the Thursday, has there been any thought to look into what that building could be used outside of those 2 days to help generate income, whether that be through weddings or functions, by using the Canmore room, knowing that it's got a fully equipped kitchen adjacent to it, so outside caterers could come in and use that and provide functions for other things there, so further raise revenue from that building in addition to continuing its council function as well.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor, for your question. I think maybe I've not been very clear. The 2-day option was for Angus House. You would have the full use of the Town and County Hall for the 5 days. However, you've maybe not come up, you maybe have come up with a reasonable idea in that there could be an alternative use for that out with committee days. So to be clear, the Town and County Hall would be for elected members for 5 days a week. It would only be the option at Angus House where members would have it 2 days a week and officers within this building and council officers would make use of the space then.
Thank you. I must have just misunderstood what I was told by Elaine this morning. Thank you.
Councillor MacDonald.
I have a comment.
A comment that you don't want another question.
Standing order says I can't.
Exactly.
So yeah, so we got.
I'm just getting is that a comment, Councillor Duff? It was a comment, yes. It's a comment. Can I delay you and let Councillor Duff have his question first?
Okay, I'll give you.
Sorry, you said question there, didn't you?
It was a comment.
Oh, my apologies. So therefore, my apologies. I thought you said you had a further a question. Sorry, Councillor MacDonald.
I defer to you, Provost. So yeah, as one of the sort of people behind the reason why we're looking at this, I was disappointed to see this report because I believe there should have been 2 reports. We should have been looking at where we established the next phase of meetings, and we should have been looking at the hybrid options. That's what Council decided, was that we would look at the option of recording meetings. We're still at that stage, in my opinion, and from what I can understand of previous Council meetings, that's also where we're at, pandemic in the middle. Looking at the options that has been presented, I think it's really difficult for the members of the public that have read these papers and the new councillors to understand that there are more options than the 3 options that we've been presented with today. We could make any decision on this, and there's an option to defer. There should be an option to go back to no recordings. There should be an option to have a look at various different methods, and we've been provided with the recommendation explicitly states consider the 3 options. I see the Appendix 1 for the delivery of future council and committee meetings. Well, as to my understanding, we've articulated that we want to be investigated the recording of meetings, but we've not actually decided how and what we're going to do with that. In terms of the options that are available, I think Councillor Whiteside's just highlighted it. It's a bit like the last item, but with a bit less risk. We don't have enough information. It's all predicated on what ifs. What if this gets rented out? What if the furniture fits all of us? But we don't know because Some of us have only seen the furniture, only seen the buildings today on one little run round. You know, it's one of those sort of things. And the options appraisal, like I highlighted earlier, some of the things I just completely disagree about YouTube. We should, as a council, be looking to utilise free and available software that houses things that could cost a lot of money to house going forward. That's a system that the public know. And as we know, YouTube, you can separate the little videos into sections so that you can click links to the individual items. So actually it links in with the papers in a way that's cost effective for the council and doesn't require a big management fee. That's why, for me, when I saw the recommendations, I appreciate the work that's gone into it. It's clearly been a lot of stuff done. For me, it doesn't quite match up with the expectations I had when we originally pitched the idea. I heard Gavin mention about it's a great viewing experience for the 23 people watching. We didn't say that, but 23 people watching us. I don't think we need that. I just think we need a big camera that shows us in the meeting. We're all here and we can record the meeting audially. That'll cost us 500 quid. And then all the savings that we can make on the top of that is something to go forward with. For me, I think we need to discuss with the whole room. This is not a political thing, and I might be completely off the radar with it, but the whole room needs to sit down, or a group section of us, to discuss what we think we want to see and how to take it forward. So yeah, my position on this is I appreciate the work that's been done. The idea behind getting meetings recorded was so that people would get the flavour of the debate, the flavour of the meetings that you just don't get from the minutes. You know that. We'll see the minutes come out from today, and it will not tell the fact that that was a 12-12 meeting with impassioned views across the chamber. It will just say such and such, you know. So for me, I can't back the options that we've been presented with today. I'll see what other people say. Maybe we will sway us, but it's not what I was expecting. It's not, when we pitched this original idea, what I was looking for. I appreciate we need to make a decision on where we are for council meetings going forward. And yeah, like I say, the options appraisal, there's too many in the negative section that, for me, it could actually be a positive. So yeah, that's my take on it anyway.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I'll give you my views and then I'll give you what I think we should do. Yeah, I personally support return to the Town and County Hall. It's a purpose-built meeting room, admittedly not without its flaws, but it was designed as a meeting room. It's a for common good asset, as has been said. It's also, I believe, a listed building. It's also important, I think, that we use our important, iconic buildings rather than let them decline. And you know, it's important to use buildings, I think, also in the centres of our towns. I'm really pleased to see that we are refurbishing the townhouse in Montrose. That is an iconic A-listed building, and it's great that Angus Council is continuing to use it. And I think the Town and County Hall in Forfar falls into the same category. The alternative approach of using this space, the ground floor wing of Angus House, remember we'll only be using it for 70 days a year, and I know, looking at my watch at 5:30, most meetings on average last about 2 hours, so that's not a lot of time to use a modern facility, which is, I'm sounding like an estate agent, 2 minutes from the A90. That sounds to me like quite a marketable asset. As Mr Balfour has said, we've successfully rented out St Margaret's House. We have fee-paying tenants in William Wallace House. So I would have thought this is a marketable asset on for modern accommodation with car parking very close to a trunk road. So that would be my personal option. I hear what Councillor MacDonald's suggesting, and I think what we probably need is a small group of elected members to sit down with officers, thrash out the options, and come back with a proposal. I think the other point I would make, I think having the permanent meeting space at the Cross is very valuable. We're going to have a lot of very difficult decisions to take. I think it's important for elected members to have a private space that is theirs, and they don't have to book it. And I think that's something that perhaps new members don't appreciate. That I think that is well worth having, and that would be my personal option if I put my penny's worth in.
Comments? I think I saw your hand up first, Councillor Wan.
No, I would just like to probably a very rare occasion, probably one of the first times, but I agree 100% with what Councillor Duff's done or said there. I think the chamber at the county buildings is the home of the council. I believe we should go back there. I believe we should also offer the hybrid facilities that Julie, Councillor Bell would like. I think we're all in agreement that it should be a hybrid option there. So I would 100% back what Councillor Duff said and go for that. If we need to have a small team group together to look at options, then 100% agreement from the opposition, I believe.
Is that you saying you're not wanting to say anything, Councillor Fairweather? Or?
No, I think Councillor Fairweather.
Oh my, I was also stupid. So that's right, Councillor Fairweather.
That's right. We should be using the chamber. The Carnmore room has already been used for weddings, etc., etc. And I don't think we need to really be putting a group together and discussing other options. The option's there, and it's the right one, and it's going back to the chambers with the hybrid.
Councillor.
Thank you, Provost. I can't say any more than what Councillor Duff put it very eloquently. It's our chamber, as Mrs Williamson said many months ago. It is our chamber. It's the hub of this council. It's where our meetings have always been. The pandemic, hopefully, is going to be behind us at some point. I agree with what Mr Balfour said. Yes, we need some slimmer furniture. I accept that. And let's put the hybrid equipment in, but let's get back into our chamber and never mind moving things about and or spending huge sums of money in here. Let's get back to the town and county hall. That's what it's there for. It's a historic building, and it's part of this council's heritage. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Whiteside.
I'm not convinced. I think we're being asked to make a decision on quite significant spend today, and I think it needs a little bit more discussion, and I think we need to explore the IT options a little bit further. I would prefer a deferment, and I move that we defer this and have a cross-party discussion around it.
Okay, and do you have a seconder for that?
I second that.
Thank you very much. Councillor, did you say Speed was the next hand up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah, I realised Councillor Whiteside was going to come in with that proposal, but yeah, I was just going to speak in support of Councillor Duff and move into the Town and County Chamber. Yeah, for reasons that have already been kind of explained today in terms of accessibility. But I think most importantly, I think I came today kind of maybe fearing that there was going to be a proposal to go to all remote digital meetings. So I am really delighted that at the end of the day, we're kind of, it sounds like, all in agreement that we need to be meeting in person, because I personally feel that today, you know, what we are experiencing right now, we wouldn't be able to achieve remotely. And I think that for good, positive, healthy decision making and working together as a council, it's important we meet. So yeah, I'm delighted with that, but I can appreciate the concerns that have been raised in terms of cost and making sure that we do cut out the town and county hall, you know, in reasonable budget. So I think there's, yeah, it's how we move on from here and whether we do need to maybe come together to discuss further.
Councillor Gregg.
Just a quick comment in regards to moving on. I wouldn't like to see this decision defer to another day, because if it's then moved to yet another council meeting, we're then going to have to rehire all of the equipment that we're using today, which is costing approximately £4,000 per meeting, is the figure that I've been given. So would it not be better to invest that money in moving and buying new equipment for the town and county buildings, rather than continuing to waste money renting equipment for this office space here?
Are you asking for a comment?
I was actually going to suggest an amendment to Councillor Whiteside's motion, that we just move to decide on going back to the chambers with a hybrid version.
Okay. Therefore, we have a motion that we would like to have a MOG and to discuss this. Maybe, do you have a time scale for this?
Not a dragged out thing, just
No.
a couple of meetings to make sure that we're happy with the proposals.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Are you considering that it would be therefore ready for after recess?
During August, I would say.
During August, thank
Yeah.
you.
And,
No, so I think everyone needs to know what
yeah.
they're voting. If you understand, that's what I think everyone's voting for.
And
We're not going to. It's not going to get dragged on forever.
Can I just point out, clarify as well, but we can have council meetings via Teams while any decision's being made. Even if we decide to go to the chamber, we can have council meetings via Teams in the interim. We've got a decision to make on that again today as well.
Okay, so with that in mind, is that a comment or?
Sorry, I'm just saying I would still like to continue my amendment.
All right, yeah, that's right. Thank you. So we are therefore going to the vote. All right, sorry.
Promise,
sorry,
just
yes.
in terms of clarification, in
Let
terms
me
of
do that.
Councillor Whiteside's motion, she's for deferral to allow cross-party discussions. Is that an informal group or is this a formal member-officer group, the membership of which has yet to be agreed and populated? Or just to get that for clarification, given that the discussions would need to take place probably over recess and into August.
I'm happy for it to be an informal group, but I'll take advice.
Yes, let's go for recess and gives everyone the chance to formulate what they want to do, as well as the opposition as well, and see what they think, or withdraw their amendment or whatever. We now know what the two things are. Are we going for a MOG and therefore chance to debate it over a 6-week period or until August, or are we making that decision this afternoon? Okay. Say 15 minutes, I think. No, let's go for 10. Yes.
Recording to stop, please.
Recording had stopped. Right, I believe respective admin and non-administration have come to... it's on. He's been naughty. So with that, I think that there's been some discussions, and therefore over to Councillor Beth Whiteside to start with. Is that correct? Sorry, is that?
I think Jackie's going to say whatever wording is.
Yes,
yeah,
through
sorry,
yourself,
yes,
Provost.
through yourself, sorry, yes.
I think I would turn to Councillor Wan in the first instance, because I think he's moving a recommendation in terms of the report. Is that correct, Councillor Wan? Would you like to explain the recommendation that you're moving, please?
Yep, Gavin will keep me right here because my computer's went slightly off page. But I'm looking for the amendment to suggest that we just move today to vote that we go to the Town and County Chambers once it's renovated to suit the 28 for full councils and committees with a hybrid version.
Thank you.
But while doing that, I did speak to Gavin that he would do all his value engineering while he's preparing the proper costs, so it didn't delay anything further.
Okay. So that is now the motion. Nope. That's
Provost, can I just confirm?
Yes, so
in terms of Councillor Wan's proposals, which is the amendment, that is option 2 as per the report. And Councillor Whiteside holds the motion in terms of a proposal for deferral.
And through yourself, Provost, in terms of that motion, it is to delegate authority to the Director of Digital Age, to following consultation with the Leader of the Council, the Leader of the Opposition, and a representative from the non-aligned, to come back in terms of consulting on the costs of a less expensive hybrid system in terms of the Town and County Hall, and to come back with a report on that to the September meeting of full council.
okay.
I think, Provost, we have a motion and amendment, so it's open again for comments and then a vote thereon.
Okay. Right. Anyone would like to make any comments? Sorry, Councillor Duff wants.
Seconder for Councillor Whiteside's motion, please.
Councillor MacDonald, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think I made the case for moving to the Town and County Hall, and I think that is where we will end up, and I think it's the right decision. However, I am conscious that we don't want to spend an arm and a leg doing that, and I think spending a little bit of time looking at the options in terms of the IT options and perhaps also the furniture options, because I don't think we want to spend a fortune. I think spending a little bit of time, and I think the good word was value engineering. I think doing a bit of value engineering on that, I can put up with a delay getting back into Town and County Hall if we can save significant amounts of money. I think that's important, that we don't spend profligately at this current moment. We need to get back into the chamber. We don't want to spend a huge amount of money doing it. We want a hybrid system that works to allow somebody to come into the meeting who can't get to the meeting. So for me, although I want to get into Town and County Hall and I want to get in there quickly, I think the right decision is to defer it until we've done that work to try and minimise the costs. I think that would be my argument, and I therefore would support deferring the decision to allow us to do a little bit of work, whether it's a group of officers and elected members, and try and minimise the costs.
Yes. Any other comments? Councillor Durno.
Yeah, I would just like to pictures in the council chamber are all of men who have won wars, etc. And I do think we need a new, open approach to a new, open council to be more, I would say, to represent the council that we have now, and I think feel like maybe pictures of areas of Angus, as in Lunan Bay, etc., Redcastle, whatever, would be more in line with what we should be having in a new modern chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. We have had female provosts as well, though. Thank you. Councillor Wan.
That's it. Thank you, Provost, again. I would just like to say that, yeah, while bringing the amendment, I'm not trying to be difficult. I do believe that our officers can find value engineering and look at different hybrid facilities while they're progressing with the rest of the work. So I'm kind of saying, let's not delay this. Let's get the decision made. And I'm sure Gavin and his team are more than capable of finding different versions that they can easily provide to the council via email for options if we really need to be deciding on that. You know, I think the experts should be left to decide on that within the budget that we agree.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fairweather.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Just to agree with Councillor Vaughan there, and holding this back for a member officer group, well, that'll still cost, right? Not only does it hold it up, but that costs money as well. That's what's called officer time. So let's just go on and get back to the chamber.
Any other comments? Okay, Councillor Cheap. And sorry, Councillor Cheap, and then I'll come to you, Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I'm with the whole idea. I get, I think it sounds to be like there's complete agreement to go back to Town and County Hall. That's the first thing that's been achieved by this afternoon. I think what everybody's balking at is the cost involved, the £105,000 for doing this. And I think, you know, I'd be happy with it, but we have to get that cost down. That's absolute, because with all the money we're going to need money for, this could be viewed as, that won't be the bit of news that will be hitting the press saying that they're all back in the county. They'll be saying they spent £105,000 on themselves at County Hall. So I think we need to get an absolute undertaking that cost has to be absolutely minimised as much as possible.
Councillor McDonald.
David, Councillor Cheap has pretty much nicked everything I said.
Oh. Any other? Sorry, Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. Whilst I appreciate that we and also the taxpayers more importantly want and desire value for money, I don't disagree with that at all. What I'm finding difficult is that by delaying this further and further, we're already spending more money in officer time, getting them to revalue various other bits, where we've got such a vast amount of information within this paper at the moment. If we delay it so long that we end up having further meetings back in here whilst we get these things, then we're going to continue to have to rent equipment that's costing extortionate amounts of money, and I don't believe that is value for money at all, and is a complete waste of money that would be far better spent investing in new equipment for the new Town and County building.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Gregg. Any further comments? I just want... Oh, sorry, Councillor Speed.
Said, you know, it does sound like we're going to end up in the Town and County Hall, but I absolutely take on board the points that are being raised in terms of we want to try and get the cost down as much as possible. So it was really just a question for officers as to how confident they feel that if we were to, you know, either carry on or defer, like how realistically, you know, can we get those costs down? Because I think that is really important. We want to spend as little as possible.
In terms of the IT equipment, that has been costed, you know, over the past year, and the costs haven't really changed. So whether or not we could have the fully managed hybrid system that you might want, I couldn't guarantee that for a lesser cost.
Yeah, and in terms of furniture, I'll certainly endeavour to look for the best deal on furniture. You know, we have looked at what we felt was the correct solution, but I'm happy to have another look at it just to give you that assurance.
Right, any further comments? I want to make one, but it's not an opinion. Nobody has mentioned COVID and the metre distancing that we are having, and when we do not know when we are out of that yet. So I'm just wanting, no one's actually brought that forward, so I'll mention it. Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, just one more comment with regards to COVID and the 1 metre distancing. I appreciate whilst COVID is still around and is still a concern for many, I think it's a little hypocritical almost to an extent, whereas we insist on this at the moment. But after our first council meeting, we were all huddled together for a group photograph in a small room. So there we go.
And one of your Conservative councillors, I think, may have COVID at the present time. So that's why we've got to, I think that's why we've got to just bring that little bit of sensibility into what we're doing and why there may be delays. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor, have you not had a...
I have, I just want to wrap up one bit. Just having listened to
one more chance
to council officers, you know, in our recess, it was quite clear, you know, that some councillors didn't understand the approach that some councillors were trying to explain how they thought they could do this cheaper and still achieve the same result. So I hear what you know, the body of the Kirk is saying here, but I think it brings me more to what Councillor Whiteside is saying about giving people a chance to contribute more into that, because I don't think we should write that off at this meeting here, because there's actually some talent out on the floor here as well who actually believe we can do it cheaper than this but deliver the same thing. So I think it's quite worthy in that case of having a few heads get together to make that happen, and that will guarantee getting the price down, because I don't feel we've got any assurity that's going to happen.
Last comment, Councillor Stewart.
Is that working? Yeah. Yeah, it's just we could be in a situation here where we put officers away to actually look at these costings, and then they come back to us after 2 months and say, sorry, we can't get the cost down. So where does that leave us? We'll still be looking to go to into the chambers. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for your comment. Yes? I'll let you a second comment.
So well, I didn't really make a first comment. Councillor Stewart's point is interesting, because the whole point of having a group to look together is actually to establish what we want from these recordings as a council in a non-political way. What's been proposed, in my opinion, is a very high quality product. Really great, amazing. Like, we're seeing what we're getting on YouTube just now, it's phenomenal. Is that what we need though? Is that actually what we need? The whole point of going to get meetings recorded was, like I said earlier, to get the flavour of the debate. And for me, there are solutions out there that maybe represent a fixed camera in a position where you can see most of the chamber, and you can get the recording of the meeting there, and it still does exactly what we need to do, but doesn't cost £100,000 plus. That's my problem. And I think that's the disconnect between what maybe certain councillors like myself was looking at when we were thinking about these proposals initially versus where we're at now. So it's not like Councillor Stewart said about delaying it. It's to try and find out what we actually want. Maybe we all want the all singing and dancing stuff. That's great if we decide that. The point is we don't really know. So that's why we were looking at that other option. But it's fair enough. If you want to go for the option, it works. But it could be it could be a saving in there, in my opinion.
Scott.
In previous items, we've said that some members have said that you know, their experts are the officers, and we'll have the digital expert. I'm not an expert, Mark. I'm not knocking what you know, because I don't know. But we'll have this lady here that obviously is the expert. So can the costs come down? Will it be as good? I don't know. And is there any point in deferring if it's not going to come down?
Right, I think we'll go to the... Sorry?
Provost, just prior to us going to the vote, I just want to get clarification from Councillor Whiteside that we've captured the exact details of your motion. So prior to going to the vote, Provost, I'll just read out that again.
Well, thank you.
As to defer the report and to delegate authority to the Director of HR, Digital Enablement, IT and Business Support, following consultation with the Leader of the Council, the Leader of the Opposition and the non-aligned representative to consult on costs of less expensive hybrid systems including costs of associated equipment, and report back to full council in September.
Great.
Given that we have agreement in terms of the terms of the motion, the amendment by Councillor Wan, seconded by Councillor Gavin Nicholl, is to approve option 2 in the report, that is, a chamber in Town Counting Hall using new technology fully managed by a third-party provider. Please vote motion or amendment. Provost?
Motion.
Deputy Provost?
Motion.
Councillor Beattie?
Motion.
Councillor Bell?
Motion.
Councillor Cheap?
Motion.
Councillor Cowdy?
Motion.
Councillor Doran?
Amendment.
Councillor Duff?
Motion.
Councillor Darno?
Motion.
Councillor Fairweather?
Amendment.
Councillor Fotheringham?
Amendment.
Councillor Gall?
Amendment.
Councillor Gregg? Councillor MacDonald?
Motion.
Councillor McLaren? Councillor Meechan? Councillor Gavin Nicholl?
Amendment.
Councillor Louise Nicholl? Councillor Scott?
Amendment.
Councillor Speed? Councillor Stewart?
Amendment.
Councillor Wan?
Amendment.
And Councillor Whiteside?
Motion.
Yes, 12, 11. The motion has 12 votes, the amendment has 11 votes, the motion is carried.
Right, thank you. Moving on now, we have done number 11 earlier on, so we're now on to...
Provost, through
sorry,
you-
yes, you need, am I going to...
Provost, we need to now determine in terms of future arrangements. There are
Oh, yes,
options
my
within the
apologies.
report.
Apologies.
It's options 1, which is to continue with fully remote meetings for council and committee meeting, or option 2 is for full council meetings to be in person.
Councillor Whiteside.
Could I propose option 1, fully remote, in the interim?
Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Mark. Councillor Wan.
Amendment, just to propose that we continue carrying on in here.
Do you have a
For,
seconder?
for full council, sorry, and continue a hybrid for...
And Councillor Fotheringham.
Could I come in?
Sorry?
Could I come in?
Yes.
Through yourself, Provost, could I ask Ms Faulkner to clarify the time frame given in terms of that, which is until February 2023, is sufficient, bearing in mind that the report will only be brought in September?
It will take, depending on which option we end up with, it will take up to 3 months to put that in if it's the fully managed option. So if we come back in September, yes, February would be okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Cheap.
Can I just ask, before say we're looking at my phone for dates, how many council meetings will it represent between now and February in that case then?
Potentially 4, maybe 5, depending on the budget.
4 or perhaps 5, depending on when the budget is, and also assuming that there's no special meeting that requires to be called, which can sometimes, particularly more recently, be the case.
Councillor Whiteside.
It might be helpful to get a very quick estimate of what that would cost if we did meet here for those 4 meetings. 4 members vote.
Yes.
Provost, if it was for 4 meetings, it would be around £10,000, and obviously any more, it's an extra £2,500 per meeting.
Right, so we'll just go to the vote.
Yes, Provost. So the motion by Councillor Whiteside, seconded by Councillor MacDonald, is to approve option 1 in relation to future meetings. That's continue with fully remote meetings for council and committee meetings. The amendment by Councillor Wan, seconded by Councillor Fotheringham, is to approve option 2 in the report. That is full council meetings to be in person in Angus House, with all other committee meetings held remotely. Please vote for motion or amendment. Provost.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Beattie.
Motion.
Councillor Bell.
Motion.
Councillor Cheap.
Motion.
Councillor Cowdy. Councillor Doran.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Durno. Councillor Fairweather.
Amendment.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gall.
Amendment.
Councillor Gregg. Councillor MacDonald.
Motion.
Councillor McLaren.
Amendment.
Councillor Meechan.
Motion.
Councillor Gavin Nicholl.
Amendment.
Councillor Louise Nicholl. Councillor Scott.
Amendment.
Councillor Speed.
Amendment.
Councillor Stewart.
Amendment.
Councillor Wan.
Amendment.
And Councillor Whiteside. Apologies for the delay. The motion has 11 votes and the amendment has 12 votes.
Good, that's democracy for us. Right. We're on to item number 12, thank you. And this is the revenue and capital budgets update on budget risks and action. And I ask the Director of Finance to talk about this report. Thank you. Mr. Lorimer.
Thank you, Provost. I wasn't planning to say anything really in terms of the report. Hopefully it's relatively self-explanatory. We do mention that we will be bringing further reports after the recess once we've assessed the scale of the inflationary impacts, etc. But I'm happy to answer any questions if members have them.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Great, thank you. Comments? Agreed? Oh, sorry, apologies, but Councillor Duff did have his hand up, sorry. That's fine, make a comment, Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. And on report 12, I think it's probably sensible to make a few comments on that. I'm sure you've all read it in close detail. I draw your attention to the concluding paragraphs of the report, really 10.3 and 10.4. For those that attended the members' briefing session during the trainings, the Council's difficult financial position should have been made clear. However, if you did not manage to attend or weren't listening, the report makes matters crystal clear. It's obvious by the time of our 22 budget that the Council's financial position was poor, and a projection forward to 23 revealed an alarming gap to bridge between income and expenditure. The pattern of using reserves to bridge the gap, which we've applied in recent years, is clearly unsustainable. Since March, matters have got worse, with increasing inflation, energy, pay and construction costs will all seriously impact Angus Council. There are numerous causes, the Ukraine war and Brexit being two of the most obvious, together with the implications of the resource spending review. The resource spending review does contain details that the 120 million additional funding included in this year's local government settlement at the last moment has been baseline, so that's good news. That's worth £2.5 million to Angus this year. And we're hoping to benefit from the amendment in how service concession payments are treated, which relate to PFI contracts. Returning to 10.3, this indicates that we can anticipate three things: a reduction in services, increase in council fees, and increase in council tax. You will find nobody within the administration who is boasting of having the second lowest council tax on the Scottish mainland. In my book, second lowest equates to a substandard level of services, and the people of Angus deserve better. We cannot expect the same level of service as our peers for a substantially lower council tax.
Thank you. Comment, Councillor Cheap.
Thanks, Provost. Just very briefly, yeah, good report, and I think a few things in there that need to be highlighted and should be carried through. You know, the tight money is going to be extremely tight, so when it came up as an option to postpone discretionary spending, to postpone discretionary spending, and highlight again that only CAPEX of the highest priority should be carried forward. So we need a review of the CAPEX and what is our priorities on CAPEX. I mean, we need to revisit some CAPEX approvals that have gone before and think again on some of them. Yeah, expect potentially significant cuts to services of all of this. One last thing as well, I don't know whether here at Angus House or in other buildings where we have energy monitoring systems, and even by that, I'm thinking this room here, when we walk out of here, do the lights go off automatically, or are they movement censored, or does somebody have to come and switch them all off? Because we're looking to save money, we look to think of all these sort of things to save on, so we should need to take a look at that as well. Thank you.
Good to have a chartered accountant on the administration. Councillor Fairweather.
Thanks, Provost. Just to go back to what Councillor Duff said, yes, we did have the second lowest council tax in Scotland. We also had some of the best services in Scotland. In fact, there was a report in one of the national newspapers that Angus Council, over a number of services, were the fourth best authority in Scotland out of 32. Thank you.
Councillor Wan.
Yeah, it was just really to comment on Councillor Duff's, as you probably imagine. It was a bit, I think, cheeky to have said that the officers, you know, maybe didn't look at the right plans and ideas in the financials and to boast about having second lowest. Well, I think the services that Angus provide are probably up there. And as my colleague Councillor Fairweather just said, we did come fourth out of 32 in the table of the best local authorities in Scotland. So I think that's something to be proud of, even with the second lowest. And we will keep repeating that, second lowest council tax in the mainland of Scotland.
Thank you. Any other comments? Oh, Mark. I'll put you there next time.
Thanks. I'll not reflect on the point scoring other than we've been talking a lot about risk, and a 6.2, and I'm just going to read it. The 2022-23 revenue budget was set on the basis of taking risk in a number of areas. The two largest in value terms being the 2022-23 staff pay award. A budget provision of 2.8 million, 1.5% was made, even though trade unions were seeking much higher levels. Now, we highlighted that at the budget, that we'd not made enough scope for that. And I just think it's interesting that we've been talking about risk today. Most of the decisions have been based on risk. But everything that we do now at Angus Council needs to be seen through a prism of, can we spend that money on that thing, and can we justify it? That's where I'm sitting with every decision, and how we take that forward in delivering the best services we can.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacDonald. I think we move on to agreeing the report. Agreed. Thank you very much. Number 14, Local Authority COVID Economic Recovery Leaser Fund, and 13. My apologies. Sorry. 13. 2021-22 financial outturn and draft annual accounts, and back over to our Director of Finance, Ian Lumsden. Sorry, did I say so? I'm on video going that. So. I'm done.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, it's been a long meeting. I'll be extremely brief here. Yes, appreciate this is quite a lengthy report. It is trying to report on the financial outturn for 21-22 across our general fund services, housing, and our revenue and capital budgets. I think we've done well in terms of the overall financial position. A number of underspends have happened, but most of that is delayed spend, which will need to occur in future years. Our reserves position is better than what we had expected to be when we set the budget. Some of that is due to some unexpected gains and also some deliberate actions in relation to the loans fund review, which is part of the recommendations in the paper. But that's probably all I wanted to say by way of introduction, Provost. There is a lot of information in this report. I can advise members that our statutory accounts have been submitted to Audit Scotland this afternoon. Today is the last day that can be done, so I'm pleased to say that's away. But I say happy to answer any questions on the report.
Thank you. Has anyone got any questions? As I look around the room with the metre distancing? No. Any comments? Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and thanks, Mr. Lorimer, for the report. Yeah, I'd really just briefly like to say I'd like to support the recommendations in the report 1E, 1G and 1H. These relate to carry forward sums from the 21-22 to the current financial year. And 1H refers to an amendment to our loans fund policy, which will achieve a 4 million saving in 21-22 rather than the 2 million already allowed for. The 2 million saving will then recur each year. As Mr. Lorimer said, the annual accounts have been lodged today, and I think they should appear on the Council's website fairly soon. So on behalf of certainly myself and I think the whole Council, really many thanks to all the staff responsible for this undertaking, which is pretty onerous, and with sort of COVID working is still tricky to do. So thanks for getting that done on time. I think, as Mr. Lorimer said, the report advises members on the actual 21-22 position, and the unassigned reserves are almost 6.5 million, which is rather more than had been estimated. So that is a little good news. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Lovely, thank you very much. So do we agree number 13, the 2021-22 financial outturn and draft annual accounts? Thank you. Number 14, local authority COVID-19 economic recovery LASER funding, and I think I'm right in saying, is Gordon Cargill here to ask any questions? Have I got that correct? That's you. Sorry, Ian. Lovely, thank you.
Gordon's heart rate's settled down again.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is a joint report. Thank you, Provost. This is a joint report between myself and the Director of Vibrant Communities and Sustainable Growth. Really pleased to bring this report forward. The money, a substantial sum of money, actually, just nearly under 1.7 million, allocated to the council to support economic recovery and people on low incomes. So we've known about that funding for a couple of months, but we wanted to make sure we brought a report this cycle in order to hopefully get approval for the proposals in the report. You'll see from the report we're looking to allocate funding across a number of broad themes that we think are in keeping with the funding purpose and the guiding principles which are set out in the report. There's one aspect in relation to public transport, free public transport, we need to do a little bit further work on, and we're proposing to bring a further report in relation to that after the recess. Very conscious of all of the pressures and demands on citizens of Angus with inflation and cost of living and all of those things. So we felt it was important to move and implement these proposals as quickly as possible. And I can advise that we're subject to the Council's agreement today, we're ready to move on the delivery of these programmes as a matter of priority. So happy to take any questions between myself and Alison on the report.
Deputy Provost.
I'm getting my Sunday name the day. Thank you, Mr. Lorimer. Just because I've got a voluntary sector background, I always kind of look at things maybe slightly differently. And something we did in the past, when I'm looking at page 250, because my laptop doesn't appear to be working, and it's really, when you're speaking about fuel poverty, cost of living, one-off supports, it's really laudable, and I'm pleased that you work with SCARF, etc. But I just wondered if, as a local authority, we've ever considered, a lot of the families I worked with had prepaid meters, and they needed the money to get them off of them. And that at that point was about 60 quid or something, because I was working with Homestar at the time. And then, if that were possible, to be able to get them on a direct debit like most of us are, but you can't do that if you've not got that kind of money. So I suppose what I'm asking here, when you mention getting people £100, would that ever be considered as part of your considerations? Considering fuel poverty?
Yeah, so I think we try and do what we think is the best approach, and it might be that a voucher is the best answer for some families, and a different approach would be the best answer for other families, and that's partly why we're working with SCARF, and have done over a period of quite a period in order to be able to do that. So happy to look at that as a potential option.
If you wouldn't mind indulging me, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a number of funds with similar aims that have come over during the course of the pandemic, and we've actually used or engaged pretty widely with voluntary organisations, third sector organisations, and worked with them in order to try and make the best use of the funds. So the intention would be to do the same again with these funds, and use partner organisations in terms of the delivery.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thanks. Mr. Lorimer, just on the town centre economic growth element that's in there for 400,000, can we have a little bit more as to what is to be expected by commissioning specialist one-to-one business support, and what that will, A, who that will be, and B, how will that be entailed?
Bring in my co-author on that one, Councillor Cheap.
Double act, thank you. Yes, thank you. So we've been in discussions with Business Gateway, who's, you know, are our contracted partner in terms of business support, and really looking at how we can build on examples of previous schemes where we've worked with businesses to identify what their needs are. So it's about trying to sustain businesses as well as grow. So we'll be looking at a range of, through Business Gateway, other partners that we might bring in, really trying to work with businesses to identify what their needs are. So it may be a marketing need, it may be a digital need, you know, there might be different things that come out. We want to offer that one-to-one support, and then identify if there's a funding need that can be attached to that, might be through a grant, etc., to help them develop that. I think it's really about that engagement. And part of that is also we're really keen to bring businesses in the town centre together. We don't have very strong business associations in most of the town in Angus, so how can we help businesses to come together to sort of support each other? So it may be one-to-one, it may be one to several, but it's really just a range of partners. But we'll use Business Gateway, who are our contracted partner in the first instance, for business support.
Just so I'm understanding, so the 400,000 would actually be going to the individual businesses. It would be going through Business Gateway, would it?
We're hoping that, you know, where possible in terms of some of that business support can be through Business Gateway, which we don't have to pay for because that's what we have. It would be if there's anything additional, because that is a contract that we have. So if we start to get into areas where maybe specialist support required or something a bit different that's not within our contract, we may have to buy in some of that, but we would certainly want to use the bulk of that to really use that for the grant support to businesses.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Durno.
Transport issue. I just wondered if you could tweak the allocation slightly, because with the money allocated for the town centres, it only really works out over the whole 6 towns in Angus at £66,000 each. And because you have the allocation for the 250 thousand for the transport, I mean, that's really only going to come into fruition for people that are aged between 21 and 60, because under that you get free travel, and over 60 you get free travel. So I just wonder if that could be tweaked slightly, because obviously we'll have an unallocated of 22,000 as well that might help with that, just so that we can make sure that we can maybe give the town centres, bring it up to maybe more 100,000, so that we can do something actually more positive, because 66,000, as you know, doesn't really do an awful lot through Business Gateway. Just something, if it was possible, if it could be tweaked, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, happy to look at that. We're allocating the money to broad themes here. I think we say in the report that there might need to be some adjustment between those themes. We're happy to look at that as we come back with the proposals in relation to the free public transport, so we can tailor that, and we can update in relation to whether it's possible to shift some money as part of that further report.
Councillor
So
Bell.
I was just going to add to that, that perhaps, particularly in terms of the business one, I think once we go out and do that engagement, get a feel for demand, to see what's coming through, we'd be keen to come back to say, well, actually there's a greater need in this theme or in a different theme, and we've got some unallocated funds as well that we can look to reallocate. Yeah.
Councillor Bell.
Well, at the risk of contradicting my esteemed colleague to the left here, I've been having an early conversation around some issues in rural areas, so I wouldn't want to see it all go into towns. And there's a particular issue around visitor management that I think might suit some of this really well. But I know officers are exploring that at the moment with partner agencies, with a view to maybe pitching in there. So just hoping that it doesn't all go into town centres, especially for those of us who are dealing with some quite high profile issues in our rural communities over visitors. Thank you.
To give a bit of an update around the visitor management, if that helps. So we have some already allocated COVID monies from last year, which we've managed to carry forward into working this year around looking particularly at signage. So that's something that we were keen to do in terms of that management around hotspot issues, etc. We know dirty camping, etc. have been issues through the pandemic. So we have an internal visitor management group who are looking at that at the moment, and we're going to use some of that funding to do that just now. We've also been successful in getting funding to develop a strategic tourism investment plan, along with Perth and Ross and Fife, so across the Tayside region, the rural authorities have all now managed to secure funding to develop these plans. We'll put projects into that, and then that allows us to bid into the Rural Tourism Infrastructure Fund. And so these are the type of projects that we'll absolutely be building into that. That investment plan will be ready by October. We have funding for a consultant to do that, so that's underway, and that will absolutely pick that up. So I think we'd be keen to make sure we don't directly put funding, say, take it from here right now, because we've got all that working, so we need to just sort of balance these at the same time. But that'll be happening over the summer.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else with questions? Councillor Meachin, my apologies.
It's just a bit of clarification on the issue of food poverty and the £100,000 to provide support for food agencies and the social supermarket. I'm not sure exactly what a food agency is, and maybe you could tell me what a food agency is if it's not a food bank. And are these throughout Angus, or is the social supermarket in one particular town?
Thank you. Yeah, so by agencies we do mean food banks and any other organisation that is working to alleviate problems with food. So the social supermarket would be part of that. We've funded those type of proposals in the past. The proposal here is around a grant to all food providers within the food strategy group. So that would pick up any organisation, any agency that was working with people in food poverty. Did you want to answer?
No, that's.
I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. No, that's the last of the questions. So with that in mind, do we note A and C and approve B? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, I went straight from questions to...
Yes, you did, yeah. I just wanted to thank officers for the report. There's loads of useful information there, and the proposals are going to support some of our lowest income families, and there's clearly a need out there for that support. So thank you.
My humblest apologies for that. Does anyone else want comments now? No, thank you. And therefore, I'll go back to what I was saying. Are we noting A and C and approving B? Thank you very much. Angus Alive update, and this is where we do ask Mr Gordon Cargill to...
Thank you, Provost. Yes, this is an Angus Alive update report, albeit a very brief one. The report provides an update in relation to Angus Alive facilities, using these as temporary vaccination centres in Arbroath. Forfar and Montrose, was said previously, would bring an update back to this committee meeting earlier in the year. There's also a brief update on the progress with the development of the Angus Alive transformation programme. Members, particularly new members, probably aware, but just to run over, Reid Hall and Forfar, Arbroath Community Centre and Montrose Town Hall are all currently temporary vaccination centres, which are also Angus Alive, where they would not normally run their services. The Council previously agreed that up until in February, that basically up until 31st of March next year, 2023, that these could continue to be used for vaccination centres, subject to getting agreement on rental agreements with NHS, and also continued effort to secure alternative venues. So the rental agreements are all in place now. In terms of the search for alternative venues, in Forfar, the good news is that Montrose Road Centre, through Gavin and his property teams, working with NHS Tayside teams, have identified that as a suitable alternative in Forfar, so arrangements are now being put in place for that transition. The plans are still being developed. There's a few logistics to move through, but we'll be looking for that to take place over the next 3 to 4 months. There's positive news in Arbroath, where 2 options have emerged for potential vaccination use other than the community centre, and that's been progressed with NHS Tayside at the moment. It's not so good news in Montrose that the search is still on basically for an alternative in Montrose, and that will continue through NHS Tayside property and also supported by Gavin's team. That's really the update on the vac centres. Really just to say, in terms of the transformation programme itself, we had hoped to have a report to this meeting to give a fulsome update around the transformation programme. There's a few projects that weren't just quite there to actually put that into the report, so we felt it was more appropriate to bring a report back to the first meeting after the recess in September, whereby we'll provide that full picture for members to look at, and obviously there may be some decisions to take at that time. That's the report. Happy to take any questions.
Questions? Councillor Scott.
No, it was just around an alternative for Montrose. I'd actually put forward to Vivian some time ago that we have an empty leisure centre in Brechin, the former leisure centre. I had my first vaccination in White Hills, I had my second one in Arbroath Infirmary, and I had my third one in Montrose Town Hall, as did probably everybody else that lives in Brechin. So if the whole of Brechin can travel, then I don't understand why Brechin, former leisure centre, can't be used as an alternative to Montrose and let Montrose people have their town hall back.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable point to make, and I think it's something that's sitting with NHS Tayside really. They're doing the search, and I think if they're exhausting all alternatives that are in Montrose and that's their preferred kind of location, then I think they're going to have to look at other options potentially, and I'm quite happy to put that forward to them again.
Councillor Stewart.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I had a discussion with Paul McAndrew from NHS regarding just what Councillor Scott has raised there, and his take on it was that it would be terrible to inconvenience people of Montrose having to travel to Brecon. Yeah, he was quite happy to inconvenience people of Brecon. I couldn't get my head round that one. But I thought that was a perfect solution to move it to the Brecon Leisure Centre.
Thank you. Any further comments? Question, yes.
Thank you. Mr Cagill, at the top of page 260, the Angus Alive Transformation Programme 4.2.2, you've got some proposals already in progress while others will require significant development. Now, I know you're going to bring a further report, Gordon. Can you give us a flavour of what kind of things you're looking at, or is that putting you on the spot?
It's completely putting me on the spot.
Okay, I know that's fine.
There is, no, I mean there is things that the board have decided on already about investment and some new equipment and things like that. So that's already underway. There's other sort of feasibility study type work that we're looking at where you know we're looking at country parks, that kind of thing. There's the Moneyfeith Library Community Hub type proposal which was with members previously, and we agreed that we'd go out and do some community engagement, some consultation around that, and there's some other exciting projects that I know they're looking at from the museum's perspective as well, that was at their board last week. So there's quite a lot of things that are just bubbling up, and we thought that rather than bring that prematurely, we'd get a bit more information and bring that back with a fulsome report in September. Yeah.
Last chance for questions, and then we'll go back on to comments. I realise that Councillor Stewart went on to comment. Anyone got further question? Yeah. Sorry, Lois.
This report is really just about the building and kind of other options, but it doesn't really go into any detail around the people and the footfall. But I just wondered if there was an update on that in terms of does the lower footfall now change obviously the type of building, and because social distancing and thing has, you know, restrictions have changed. So is that managing to provide some more scope in terms of the alternative options?
Is that in terms of the VAC centres?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have any details in terms. It is about the building, but I mean, not so much about the stats.
It's something that I'm not close to the detail on. I mean, it's like obviously NHS Tayside will have their criteria for what they have to do with these situations, you know. So they're obviously looking for premises that are fit for purpose in terms of what their needs are, ways in, ways out, access, that kind of thing, you know. So it's still ongoing, really. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to comments. Anyone got comments? No, that's great. So we therefore the recommendations are to note both recommendations. Is that agreed? Thank you very much. David, or Councillor Cheap, can you now leave the building? That'd be a good idea. Becca, Mr. Morels, yes, that's a good idea. Are we agreeing to hear the deputation from Ms. We've done that, have we? My apologies. Did that at the start? Right, my apologies. What, about 7 hours ago? My apologies for the delay in getting you here at 9 minutes to 7 at 9, so you've been here for considerable time. But, right, and just for everyone, we'll go over these clarifications of the rules of deputations.
Thank you, Provost. I have intimated these details prior to the as part of the deputation request to Mr. Wells, but just for the benefit of all concerned, deputations are required as a maximum of 10 minutes. The deputation must be relevant to the matter in hand, so any part of the deputation must be relevant to the report that's before us. And only questions from members at this stage, no comments until the substantive item is reached.
Thank you. Mr. Wells.
Thank you, Provost. Hello, I'm Michael Wells. I'm the Chief Executive of Carnoustie Golf Links, and I'm joined today by my Deputy Chief Executive, Adair Simpson, and a small deputation of my colleagues in the room as well. The region of Angus has a wonderful and amazing opportunity to realise transformational investment in one of its key assets. Carnoustie Golf Links works hard ensuring that these historic links are presented in the best possible condition to local golfers and international visitors from around the world. Just yesterday, Gary Player, winner of the Open in 1968, commented that Carnoustie was the best conditioned golf course that he has ever played. Gary is 86 and he's played a lot of golf courses. Carnoustie Golf Links, though, is not always that well understood. It may be just golf to some, but it's a proper grown-up business with staff who have families to look after. We are a local business operating on a global platform. Over 120 predominantly local people employed, people who live in Angus, spend locally, whose children go to schools, and families that contribute to the economy and the community. Carnoustie Golf Links is extremely proud of what we do and how we contribute on many fronts. The wider story is not always well understood, but from today we will talk much louder about the positive benefits and the virtuous cycle that is created from a well-managed organisation with much more to offer the people of Angus. From delivering over £100,000 annually in community benefits to running the UK's biggest golf development academy, our Girls Empowerment Academy, Disability Golf, our Women in Golf programmes, we are an enabler of good things and we advocate change for the better. As I said, we're also local people. You can see we have the team, some of the team here today. We want success for our organisation because it sustains the values that we believe in. Putting people first, delivering maximum value for the charity, looking after our organisation so that future generations can be proud of what we stood for, so that local people can have public access to world-leading facilities for generations to come. Some tough and necessary changes have had to be made over the last 4 years or so to protect the sustainability of the business for all stakeholders. And we are now much better placed for the next chapter. To realise the potential that Carnoustie has on behalf of the people of Angus is our goal. We believe that change is good. Carnoustie is a leader in the sport of golf and stands up for what's right and against traditional perceptions and conventions that are no longer appropriate. This project would be a catalyst for more of that to come. The staff and the board of Carnoustie Golf Links is looking for councillors to help Carnoustie achieve its vision on behalf of the region of Angus and the nation of Scotland to deliver a nationally significant destination that has the potential to deliver hundreds of millions of pounds into the regional and national economy. A vision that is now 4 years in the making and has already gone through significant examination. This is not the time to present the vision to the councillors again, but we would like to do that, particularly for new councillors, but perhaps we can arrange that at some point in the near future. As I say, it's been 4 years since Carnoustie Golf Links held conversations with key stakeholders. Supported by the council at that time, we worked together and agreed the principles to create the environment for success and sustainability for this key council asset. fundamentals such as securing local golf access for future generations, securing the return of the Open Championship to Angus long term, and creating a world-leading destination resort. A vision to create a more sustainable organisation, provide job security and opportunity for hundreds more, and potentially delivers over £1 billion of economic benefit to Scotland, 500 million of which will reside in the region of Angus. We are genuine and passionate about this project. Our reputation and credibility is on the line. We must deliver what Carnoustie and Angus deserves. We recognise and understand and will continue to support Angus Council's examination of the proposals. But there must also be a recognition of the reality of the timescales that we are working to realise this vision. Adherence to the timeline now is critical for if any option in the options appraisal is to remain alive. My colleagues wanted to be here today as these discussions are vitally important to them. They understand the requirement to deliver this once-in-a-generation opportunity. Our organisation, Carnoustie Golf Links, has committed significant sums of money to keep all options on the table, to enable Angus Council to undertake its examination. We thought this process would be concluded last year after several months of scrutiny with Angus Council consultants Grant Thorntons. The Council met this January, but to my knowledge, nothing has moved on. I respect completely that golf is not as important as health, social care, education, and real matters of life and death. Carnoustie Golf Links is not charged with supporting these critical areas, but we are expected to protect and look after this asset on behalf of Angus Council, and I believe, therefore, that I must ask the Council, or look at asking the Council a couple of points this evening. The first one is, does the Council understand the consequences of further delays to the project and the long-term sustainability to the golf business at Carnoustie? Consequences such as loss of the hotel that may be purchased by another entity or become unaffordable. We have worked hard to secure the hotel in this project's orbit on behalf of the Council. Deal drift with investors who have stuck around for the vision for so long. The reality is that time shifts. With rights holders as well, the commercial values of global sporting events becomes more realised every single day. And we need to be so mindful of that. We need to understand the impact of hosting global major events here in Angus and what it means, not just regionally, but for the nation as well. And that is underlined in the Scottish Government's Scotland, the perfect stage strategic approach. We ask Angus Council to commit to these new timescales, which have been extended yet again, and acknowledge that there are significant implications for further delays, which have been shared with my Angus Council colleagues. Secondly, and I'll be wrapping up in just a second, Carnoustie Golf Links wishes Angus Council to acknowledge the scale of the investment required and the level of risk associated with such an investment. And just to be clear, the Council are looking at an options appraisal, and that is absolutely correct. But one of those options, option 3, would require the Council to fund £100 million to enter the market. This is the level of investment to deliver our vision, creating more jobs and a world-leading destination for Angus. That is what is on the table right now. No public money, no risk. We need to protect and support the charitable role of Carnoustie Golf Links and the continued provision of subsidised local golf access to the tune of £1.5 million per year. In January, the Council agreed that working with partners was a high priority. We remain here ready to support in whatever way we can. And I would say, let's work together and get this done. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and we're very happy to take any questions that you may have.
Questions? No questions? Okay. So I think that we then move on, but Mr. Wells, go back to the seats for this one. There'll be chance for you to come back over. Right. So we therefore move on. Do we have any questions for officers? Oh, Mark, thank you. Is Ian, were you that will be taking the questions?
Maybe before Michael sits down, Michael raised a couple of questions in his deputation there, basically for Ian. I just wondered if we had answers to those.
Yeah, through you, Provost. There was quite a lot in Mr. Wells's deputation. I think probably the thing I picked up in the main was in terms of timescale, which we're very much aware of. Part of the reason for bringing the update report and for making the recommendations in the report is to try and catch up on some of that time. Plan A in terms of resourcing the work hasn't worked, so we're effectively in the report suggesting that we go to a Plan B in order to make more progress over the coming months. That was really what I wanted to say in relation to the introduction of the report. The decision, as was made clear, and I'm conscious that there's new councillors don't know all of the background to this, and I think we will have to arrange a briefing to bring all members up to the same level of understanding and knowledge. So we'll do that pretty early after the summer recess. In order to do that, it was made clear in that January report this is a significant decision for a whole variety of different reasons. And Mr. Wells has alluded to some of those in terms of the importance to the local economy and employment among other things. So you know that's something that we will do. But as I say, the report is proposing to increase the budget so that we can get the necessary professional advice and indeed capacity that we need in order to take the work forward. Councillor MacDonald, I don't know if you had particular questions in mind. I'm happy to try and pick those up.
I think you covered what I was looking for.
Does anyone else have any questions? George.
I know it's obviously quite difficult being a new councillor, and I hear what you're saying about bringing councillors up to scratch with what's going on, but we are being asked from my reading to approve £125,000 spend before we've been brought up to date on the actual position.
Through you, Provost. I do appreciate Councillor Meakin. That's not ideal. The report that was there in January obviously provided a bit of further information. We've tried to provide an update in relation to those things in the report in terms of timelines and the work that would be required. And that is, I don't know how we would take it forward if Council decided not to take it forward in the timescales that are really necessary. If Council didn't approve that additional funding, that's essentially where we are because of capacity. I do appreciate that is a difficult one in terms of the Council's financial position. What I would say, I think it's maybe mentioned in the report, we made a bigger saving on our staff budgets for last year because we had so many vacancies. So in a way, I'm saying we want to use some of that money that we hadn't expected to save because of those vacancies to put into this project and buying in that additional advice.
I've got a question to ask of you, Mr. Lorimer. You mentioned about doing things after the recess, but I generally do believe that everyone should get the chance to do this as a matter of urgency over recess time, and surely that could be done via a Teams meeting or whatever to bring the comments that, you know, there are new councillors, this is going to be a massive decision and they need to come up to speed. And I'm sorry, I don't think we can keep that up, bring that up to speed by waiting until sometime in September, as an example.
Apart from the decision today, Provost, there are no other decisions the Council is going to be asked to make in this regard before September.
Before September, but do they not need to be brought up to speed before then? I think that was the question that you were asking, wasn't it? It was. I
mean, I'm suggesting after recess, but that could easily be early August. We're not talking about a substantial delay. We did a briefing jointly with colleagues from CGLMC that worked really well prior to the January council meeting that considered those reports, and that would be what I would suggest we do again, so that new members get the same information as was available to former members.
Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost. Just for a point of clarification, are we possibly looking through Councillor Meehan to defer this till the briefing, or are we looking to make a decision today and then have the briefing? I've kind of lost because I'm not sure where he is.
Point, I think.
Any further questions of Mr. Lorimer? No? Oh.
I was interested in the statement of, I think it was £100,000 per annum in community benefits. Could there be an example given of that? What are these benefits?
Correct me if I'm wrong, that would be one for Mr. Wells to maybe answer how this money, because the other...
Certainly in terms of the detail, Provost, yes.
Yes. So if detailed, then Mr. Wells, you can just do it from there as well.
Yeah, certainly. We create an annual community benefits programme which local organisations, individuals, groups can apply to for grant funding, essentially for a variety of different good causes. Some examples would be, tents for the Scouts, or recently we paid for an accessible vehicle for an individual in the town, or perhaps a community project like Food is Good in Carnoustie would be a good example. But the whole purpose of what we do is to be successful commercially, so we can invest as much as we possibly can back into the local and regional economy and for good causes.
Okay.
So the benefits are for Carnoustie. Is that correct?
It's within the BD7 area, which includes various areas around
Is that the £125,000 will be coming from Angus?
Yes, yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Right, any further questions of Ian? No, that's great. So I think therefore the report is for noting. Do we agree? And approve under B the increased funding for this work to be set out as in section 5. Thanks. Right, moving on to GMLC proposed fee changes, and I think it's back over to Mr. Wells to come up and do the second declaration on, or Adair's doing it.
Good evening all. I would just like to start off by thanking the elected members for giving us this opportunity to speak tonight. We first of all want to convey our views on CGLMC and how we would never intentionally act in a manner that is seen to be in contravention of our agreement or our relationship with Angus Council. We acknowledge that Angus Council have interpreted this management agreement different to us, and we also recognise the importance of this process. The ratio in which we've referred to in this report has been a long-standing part of the management agreement, but over the latter years, custom and practice has diluted the importance and the attention shown to this aspect of the contract. This is not to say that CGLMC did not consider all aspects of the responsibility and obligations when making decisions, but rather to put some context around the situation we face. We too took some legal counsel, and the views of our legal counsel would it be irrational to review any movement of the ratio over a single year, given the unprecedented events that CGLMC have faced. A global pandemic has prevented CGLMC from passing on any increases to our visitors, which has had a direct impact in the movement and the ratio in the years in question. CGLMC have also had to make multiple conscious decisions across our stakeholder groups to suppress the season ticket holder price when we've got other global events that benefit the economy, both locally and nationally. And these too have also artificially affected the ratio in question. You know, I want to make it clear, and for the avoidance of doubt, our interpretation is that the term materiality has to be viewed both positive and negative movements, and not just the former. The ratio has had similar movements over the term. Since 2017, this ratio has dropped by minus 28% and dropped 77% over the 40 years, none of which has been challenged by Angus Council or other stakeholders. This drop is unsustainable, and it compromises the sustainability of our organisation, and it compromises sustainability of other stakeholder groups, such as Angus Council-owned assets. CGLMC presented via Appendix 2 a normalised position that if we were to take these two global events out, what our position would actually be in real terms. And I think for the purposes of Appendix 2, that was a 9% increase in the year in which we're questioning. CGLMC has a much wider responsibility in golf to promote and encourage participation and tackle some of its wider issues. One of the topics that has been recurring over a number of years is the price of a ticket at Carnoustie Golf Links. This has raised many questions from other local venues, including the ones owned by Angus Council, and has raised questions about our stance on that and what we should do in the long term. Prior to the changes, Carnoustie Golf Links provided the cheapest access in golf in Angus. This was meaning that an Angus resident could play the world's best golf course and two subsequently fabulous golf courses for as little as £324 per year. This cheap access had much wider implications on other Angus venues, with mass migration of membership floating to Carnoustie, resulting in vital membership revenues also moving to Carnoustie and compromising the validity of some of the other venues. CGLMC and Angus Council are tasked with ensuring that each venue is managed in a responsible manner and safeguarding long-term sustainability. CGLMC currently subsidise season ticket holder golf to the tune of £1.5 million per year. Local perception is that this should be funded by visitor revenue. Now, the truth about that and the reality is that if we were to run with this model, it actually compromises and makes a much more volatile position on season ticket holder revenues. Because of the vast majority of our income is driven by visiting golf, if we get that balance wrong, there is only going to be one party that is going to be hurt the most, and that is the season ticket holders. We work tirelessly to ensure this balance is done correctly, and we have got a lot of models and a lot of evidence and a lot of price elasticity to support that we are getting this right. One of the other things that we were looking at doing as part of this review was to increase participation. One of the fundamental principles behind this was to actually increase participation. Carnoustie, and the way it previously structured it, we had created multiple barriers to entry to golf. There was a 17-year wait list to join our three-course ticket, i.e. our championship access. The new structure created flexibility, it increased choice, and the data supported that most of our season ticket holders were paying for access that they were not using. The first 3 months of this implementation has seen season ticket holder play increase by 7% on an all-time high. It has removed a 17-year wait list in one fell swoop. This framework also looked to focus on what was really important to us and some of the challenges golf is facing. Under 28s there's a huge issue with retention. Now, some of that is due to free time. We get that, and we're addressing that in other aspects of short-form golf and other ways of engaging. But another one is the fact that the under 28s are deemed at this moment in time to be the poorest in society, and we did not want that to be a barrier. We take these decisions on behalf of our stakeholders, and that being Angus Council as well. And if we don't make some of these tough calls, we're not going to be around to provide the world's best golf course for as long as we would like to see that. It may be unpalatable for some, but the feedback that we have received from our collective season ticket holder fraternity and that of other venues has been overwhelming in its support. There's been also other tough decisions that have had to be linked to this. I know that there's been questions raised about things like the pension fund, but these are multiple things that we've had to do to sustain Carnoustie Golf Links on its global platform. Failure to do so will be us failing on behalf of Angus Council in providing the world to golf. Thank you.
Anyone got any? I'm going to also make aware. Remember that this report goes to an exempt report, so you're allowed to ask questions, but be very careful what you're saying and make it relevant on the report. Do not err into difficult waters. Thank you. Anyone? With that in mind, George.
Just for clarification, the increased fees, I mean, I have no issue with the increased fees, I can see exactly, but anyway, the reduced fees for under 28-year-olds, is that any under 28-year-old, i.e. somebody from Kirriemuir, Forfar? Because the second one, which is the free golf, is for golfers within a specific area, a catchment.
Yes, so there is some criteria to both. So I'll start with the free golf. You have to be either part of the Junior Cross programme or form part of the cluster schools in and around DD7. Regarding 28, similar criteria applies.
Doesn't say that though, does it, in the report?
No, not my report, no.
What I mean is it doesn't say in the report that for the under 28-year-old, you have to be within the catchment area.
Yeah, it's not a question for the deputation. That would be a question to an officer.
Okay.
Why that wasn't in the report.
Right.
Okay.
Fine.
Any questions to Adair? Councillor Wan.
Just a very quick one. Thank you very much to the deputation. Can I just ask how you managed to misinterpret the contract with the council and yourselves? What was the main issue?
So I think when we looked at it, we looked to rationalise it over a much greater period of time. So the agreement doesn't state what period of time. It doesn't also state what is deemed materiality. So if you looked at how long the ratio has been in place, it's been in 40 years. And if you were to look at the ratio at the point in which it was incepted, it was 8 to 1. We're currently, or just changes, we were 1.9 to 1. And if you looked at the historics even over the last 5 or 10 years, that has slowly been eroded. So if you're to look at a singular picture, i.e. 1 year to the next, that could be deemed material. But if you looked at it in the context of over 40 years, we were never operating in any way near shape or form where it had been previously done. And then we also looked at there was two massive impacts in terms of the 2018 Open and COVID, where we were not able to pass on costs. And if you were to normalise that on our normal position of either indexation or what we had done in previous years, and then put that into position, then we were definitely not operating to what we believed would be material changes.
Thank you. Any further questions of Adair? Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, and thanks for your presentation and report, which has got quite a lot of useful information. Obviously, you've made a strong argument in terms of justification of your actions. Do you appreciate that more consultation could have been useful in the run-up to that? And also, have you got any comfort for season ticket holders going forward regarding the level of increases that they might be expecting? And is there any measures in place, such as indexation, that might give them some comfort?
I think they're brilliant questions. I think the first one about consultation, there was multiple approaches that could have been done. We felt that going to consultation on something that no one would ever really sign up to probably wasn't going to be very fruitful. So we did take the elastoplast approach and say, well, look, we do have to make these changes for multiple reasons. I think if we'd gone into consultation, we would probably find ourselves in a protracted position that probably wouldn't have moved the dial. If we go back through CGLMC's minutes, this has been something that's been an agenda item for over 20 years and just never addressed, and we felt as though we had to tackle that head on. Regarding your second question around comfort over the long term, I think that's absolutely valid, and that is a lot of things that we've taken away. And without speaking on behalf of my board, we are making a recommendation that we will be coming forward with a very clear and transparent view over a period of time. So it will be very clear for every single party involved what our views are over the 1, 2, 3, 5, 10-year period to make sure it is, 1, understood, 2, very clear, and 3, incredibly transparent.
Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I just really had one question. You mentioned the 1.5 million subsidy of your season ticket holders. Would you like just to explain how you come up with that figure, so I understand it?
Yes, certainly. So it's a very simple calculation. We're able to identify the cost of delivery, i.e. how much it costs us per round of golf to deliver, and we know how much revenue they generate. It's simply the delta between the two.
You presumably have to calculate how many rounds each season ticket holder plays, yeah?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't calculate it on an individual level, we calculate it on a collective season ticket holder group level.
And obviously you're saying that's a subsidy. You're clearly making a very large profit when a visitor plays, because they're paying very much more per round than the average cost per round of a season ticket holder.
You could look at it like that. When we look at the service provision, there's lots of, and it's a holistic service provision. We try not to isolate it to that level. We have a service provision that has to be done, and we have multiple revenue streams that contribute to that. What we're trying to do is get a better balance that protects all revenue streams, because if there's one noise in one bucket, it has a ripple effect and consequences on another one. If we do not get the balance right, so for example, we understand how sensitive our visitor price is, and if we get that wrong, the magnitude and drop doesn't have to be that big for it to have a material impact on our cash position. Now, bear in mind that we are subsidising, and it's already a cash drain. So if we neglect the sensitivity of our main revenue stream, it puts an increased pressure on a season ticket holder group that, one, we want to try and protect. We just need to get the balance right.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, and please forgive me, I'm not a golf player in any way, shape or form. So I'm taking this again from the consultation and engagement point of view. It's a complex situation because it's a council-owned asset, but it's a business. And there are duties on the public sector around Fairer Scotland duty and equality and diversity. And it strikes me that a lot of people, particularly older people, have perhaps been disadvantaged around what's happened to date. Are people likely to expect similar situations on a regular basis? What might you do differently? And have season ticket holders who've been adversely affected received an apology?
So I'll try and tackle that in one fell swoop. As highlighted previously, we are looking to come up with a much longer term plan that gives everyone insight and they can then understand what it means to them individually. In terms of an apology, we haven't directly apologised for our actions because we still believe that we've acted in the best interest of our organisation and the stakeholders collectively. Have we taken learnings from it? Absolutely. And I think that's reflective in our actions in terms of much greater insight and foresight and transparency going forward.
Could I come back there, Provost,
yes,
briefly? I think there's a disconnect there between the people who've been affected. You may well believe that you have done the right thing for the business, but if that engagement and consultation hasn't produced the result that you've wished for, there's maybe been a gap there. So I wonder if you would be prepared to consider that feedback to people who are absolutely critical in terms of the success and the reputation of the Carnoustie Golf Links Management Committee, to be ambassadors for what we're trying to achieve here, to build some bridges there. Someone who's worked in communications and stakeholder engagement for 40 years, you know, I think a lot would be taken on board by people, by that approach?
And we take that on board, and we would never, ever prevent ourselves from re-engaging and taking feedback. What we have done in recent terms, and just off the back of the season ticket holder framework, is we felt that our season ticket holders lost voices. So our team have engaged on a regular basis to allow them the opportunity to come in, ask questions, take feedback, and we will alter the course of our organisation based on some of that feedback. So I absolutely do take that on board, and we will do whatever it takes to make sure that we get the hearts and minds of the season ticket holder fraternity and Angus on board.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Provost. Again, thank you for your report there from. I must also admit that I know nothing about golf. The closest I get to a golf course is crazy golf with my nephews, so probably quite dissimilar. With that in mind, how would you, to give me some context to these figures that are within here, on a comparable level, what sort of prices would other golf courses of the quality such as yourselves charge? For example, either Aberdeen, even Montrose or Turnberry or something like that. How did the prices that you charge now compare to what you're looking to charge in the future compare with other places?
I think it's a very good question. I think the table in the reports detailed that Carnoustie Golf Links, bear in mind it has 3 golf courses. Other Angus-owned ones have between 1 and 2. We were £516 for 3 golf courses. That's unlimited access over 7 days a week. Now, if you were to look at, for example, a Montefieth and a Montrose, prior to the changes, they were more expensive to join than Carnoustie Golf Links were. If you were to take an open market value, remove all the factors of we're owned by Angus Council, etc., we have one of the world's best golf courses. The value of a membership, and we can only use rhetoric from where we have visitors coming in, especially even local ones, so from Edinburgh, Glasgow area. A comparative price for a council-owned asset is £800–900 for a single golf course. So £648 for 3 golf courses, one of which is one of the world's best golf courses that costs an inordinate amount of money to run, is incredibly good value. And we never ever want to lose that perception of good value. But there has to be a stark reality. To run a world-leading golf course is extremely expensive. And we took other factors in as well as that. So we've got 2 other options. They can have a 1 course or a 2 course. And we never ever want to have cost as a barrier to entry. So when we did it, we created a 1 course ticket, which is our budding golf course, for £231. That still gives you access to the championship course because we removed all the barriers. In order for you to get access to the championship with your friends and family, you had to hold a 3-course ticket. 17-year wait list to get that ticket. We removed that overnight. So we are trying to get this balance. A lot of our season ticket holders were paying too much. They were retaining a ticket that they did not need. So when we removed that barrier, they drop down to a more appropriate ticket, knowing fine well they still have unbridled access to the championship golf course. So to answer your question, £648 is extremely good value for money, and that is even compared with the Angus venues. And if you took it on a global scale, it's unquestionably good value for money.
Right. Any further questions? Oh, sorry. You despair of me, don't you?
Thank you, Provost. I was actually on the back of Councillor Bell raised some of the questions maybe I was going to sort of bring forward. I noticed in your report about the demographics and consumption, the plus 65 age group is widely considered the wealthiest generation. Who's making that widely considered aspect in your eyes? And you say that the outcomes were that we only lost, or the Carnoustie Golf Links only lost 10 season ticket holders. So does that take in the older generation that we were talking about? That's all part of that same construct. So say for all the people that were saying the over 65s are disadvantaged by this, actually out of all of those members, Carnoustie Golf Links only lost 10.
That's correct, yeah. So I just want to be absolutely clear on that. When we renew our season ticket every year, we have some natural drop-offs, and we get reasons for them. Unfortunately, some is that because they've died, some because of, they've given up golf. But the 10 that we refer to were specifically because of our change in prices.
Any further questions? No?
Oh, sorry. There's one more.
Oh, sorry, was there? No? Oh, George.
There's another one on the detail of the report.
Well, that, if it's to do with the report, that's the officer's report, then that we'll discuss that under exempt.
Okay, it just says Angus residents continue to be offered a reduced fee when they actually don't, do they? It's Angus residents within a certain area.
I can actually take that one if it's
All
okay.
right, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
So what we're referring to there is a visitor. So if you're an Angus resident, you get 50% off of a visitor fee. So that's assuming that you're not a member. Anyone in Angus can come onto any of our golf courses and pay a single fee, and you get 50% reduction.
Right. I think that's any questions. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we ask you all to leave the... No, sorry. Right, and then we ask them. Right, my apologies for that. Right, so I'm going to ask all members, do you wish to take the rest of the report in private? Yes? Thank you. And therefore we ask them to leave now. And to stop the live stream. Thank you. Right, councillors, in terms of report number 17, as we said, we did discuss this all in private, and the moving forward, I would ask us all to approve recommendations 1, 2, 4 and 5 in the report, and with regard to recommendation 3, confirm the council is content with the changes with no further actions required, wishes to send a response to GMLC Limited in respect of changes in terms of the management agreement, detailing that 1, the council is disappointed that CGLMC Limited did not comply with the terms of its agreement with the council in reviewing that the charges, and 2, ask that they confirm that they do so in the future, including consulting with the council as and when required in terms of the management agreement. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much, and thank you all very much for this a long meeting. It might work out as a record. I think it's a record in person, but thank you all very much for today, and have a lovely recess, and we shall see you all around about mid-August. Yes, take care all. Right, there we go.
Could I just say that the doors are locked?